The dais and off the dais and participants connected virtually. My sincere namaskar and heartiest warm welcome to one and all to the national level event ICN-64 entitled Research, Development and Innovations in Water Quality Monitoring, Sensors, Systems, Software and Networks, hosted by CSI Chandigarh on the eve of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. On behalf of the organizing committee, I, Dr. Baban Kumar, feel privileged to welcome today's esteemed chief guest of the event, Shri Rajiv Kailaji, Chairman CII Chandigarh. We feel grateful, sir, for accepting our request at such a short notice and gracing the occasion in the interest of industry participants. Also, it is my proud privilege to welcome Dr. Tiwari, Team Nodal ETOW and Director NGRI to the event, who is our inspiration behind this program, and he is joining us online. Namaskar, sir. We are also delighted to welcome our esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Tarukar, Chief Scientist, Technology Management Directorate, CSR Headquarters, and his joining is very relevant as we deal with connecting industries. And TMD is the driving force behind conducting the iConnect program pan-India. We are also blessed to have with us a special invitee, Dr. Hemant Kulkarni. He is an architect and brainchild behind iConnect, and he's joining us online through virtual mode. Namaskar, sir. And we feel honored and blessed to have with us Shri Pradeep Singh Ji, Director Jal Jeevan Mission, Ministry of Jal Shakti. And it is my proud moment to welcome Pradeep sir, joining through virtually. The program has received an overwhelming response ever since Pradeep sir agreed to deliver the keynote address today. He is the architect and spearheading the IoT-enabled water service delivery monitoring movement across the country under the ambitious Jal Jeevan Mission program of Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India. Finally, I am indebted to Director CSIO, Professor Ananta Ramakrishna, patron of the event, for permitting and guiding me to plan the event, continuously keeping involved in the event preparations, and supporting unconditionally, without whose able guidance we could not have reached the present levels. Sir, kept the local organizing team motivated to give their best efforts in organizing this event. Thank you, sir. Now, let me brief you about the event. The ICEN-64 event, entitled Research, Development and Innovations in Water Quality Monitoring, Sensor System Software and Networks, is meant to deliberate issues associated with water quality, sensing and management through convergence of emerging technologies such as IoT, cloud, and data analytics, dashboard, and visualization. The event intends to connect stakeholders, including academia, researchers, industries, relevant ministries, and end users. On one hand, the event will illuminate the upcoming advancements while also informing about the present technologies available. The program will begin with the inaugural session, followed by an address by chief guest, mentors address by the theme nodal, address by guest of honor, and most awaited keynote speech by Pradeep sir. About the technical program, the program aims to deliver the plenary talk by eminent speakers working in the water quality domain, followed by a presentation on bouquet of water technology compendium under E3OW theme developed by CSIR. Also, in the panel discussion, we have very learned panelists who will touch upon issues concerning water quality and sustainability and associated solutions via emerging technologies like IoT, cloud, and data analytics. The panel discussion aims to summarize opportunities with CSIR and the way forward for possible research collaborations in the identified areas, focused problem statement, which can be taken up for research and development projects in partnership with the industry. Besides, few policy intervention and environmental concerns can be flagged as an outcome of the event statement. Possible funding sources models can also be evolved to provide a solution to the identified problems. The USP star highlight of the event is the industry summit. During the industry summit session, the team CSR aims to sensitize industry participants to build new collaborations, MOUs, NDAs, and the most preferred partner empanelment peer group driven water quality network. The session aims to cover incubation initiatives, special purpose vehicles to incubate startups in water quality technologies, which the CSI scientists will groom. The ongoing flagship program on Jal Jeevan Mission also be presented, where the opportunities for industry participation will be discussed, and a CSI's vision in partnership with the Jal Jeevan Mission, Ministry of Jal Shakti, to cover pan-India implementation of the IoT-enabled water service delivery monitoring will be pondered upon. The program will be followed by Chai Pe Charcha, warm tea. Jai Hind, Vande Mataram. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights into this event and very warm welcome address. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights into this event and a very warm welcome address. Now, I please may request Professor S. Anantha Ramakrishna, Director, CSIO Chandigarh, to welcome you all at this ICEN-64 event. Sir.
Yep. Good afternoon. Sri Rajiv Kailat, Chairman, CIA Chandigarh. My colleague, Dr. V.M. Tiwari, Director, NGRI. Sri Pradeep Singh, Director of the Jal Jeevan Mission. Sri Mahendra Darokar, my colleague from CSIR headquarters, and Dr. Baban Kumar, Suman, and all my other colleagues from CSIU. It's my great pleasure and privilege to warmly greet all of you today and welcome you to this program of the iConnect. So I should also mention Dr. Hemant Kulkarni, who is in the online mode for this iConnect event, and I would say that it's a wonderful idea. So one of the big challenges today in front of not just our nation, but of the entire globe is sustainably having drinking water, potable water, domestic water for domestic use, water for industrial use. Unfortunately, mankind's short-sighted quest for unsustainable development has resulted in a poisoning of our rivers, lakes, even seas, depletion of groundwater, and so on. So how to make it sustainable is a challenge. It's a grand challenge. It's a challenge where a person of one discipline, one particular expertise cannot address. The parameters are so widely varied and so many in number that you truly need almost every brand of every scientist of every brand, every expertise, every discipline to come and join this effort, whereby we can actually understand how to create a proper, sustainable economy with water. So preserving the ecology, environment, and earth, oceans, etc. have become a big priority, and CSIR has been very, very cognizant of this. This is indeed one of the very themes of CSIR. That is the importance that CSIR and the nation attaches to it. So in line with this particular effort, particular set of objectives, one of the very important thing is how do you monitor the quality of water? How do you know that the quality of water is appropriate for the specific purpose that it has been given? Whether it is drinking, whether it is domestic use, industry use, medical use, doesn't matter, whichever we need that. And the only way that this is done is through sensors, through chemical testing, and so on, and bacteriological testing, and so on. But principally, all of these have been now, through the advancements in sensor technology, sensor science, we have brought them down to individual devices for certain specific functions. Multifunctionality is something we are demanding out of these sensors. Trying to sense multiple agents, multiple pollutants, and so on. But the point is, today we are faced with the challenge that when we are talking about drinking water, that water that you're drinking out of a bottle, out of a tap, out of the well, who gives you a certification, or who gives you who gives you the peace of mind that this is not a water that is going to have a lot of carcinogens, cause you cancer, or things like that. So there is a whole program that the Jal Shakti Ministry implemented through the Jal Jeevan Mission, where we are actually trying to supply every citizen of India through the tap. And the question now came was, who would ensure that its quality? So CSIR took it as a grand challenge problem, because the number of villages, the number of points, supply points are enormous across the country. And to develop a technology where it should be suitable for each region, because each region has a different set of pollutants and problems, issues. So to develop a platform whereby water quality, quantity can be monitored continuously through IoT technologies, and available on a cloud to every empowered authority to actually monitor. This is the challenge that CSIR has taken. And this set of projects, which I'm very grateful for Jal Shakti Ministries for supporting, has been taken up on a pilot scale right now. The devices are under development. Hopefully, in a very short while, these will be implemented on a pilot scale across about 1,600 villages across India. which will give us very huge amount of expertise, knowledge for implementation. Now, at the end of it, we cannot be successful if industry is not in. So the the industry connect becomes a very critical thing. And this is where we are looking forward to the participation of industry. Industry typically has a problem that you say that I do not have scales, I do not have the market, I do not have anything. Think about it. You have more than 5,80,000 villages across India where these kind of systems need to go. Even if I took a nominal number of maybe 6 lakhs or 5 lakhs for these systems, you have a 5 lakh into a 6 lakh rupee market, which amounts to about $50 billion over the next 2-3 years. So if industry will not stand up and take up this kind of market, I think, I have no doubts they will do it. So that is where there's also an open invitation to industry that there is a huge commercial opportunity here, which is in line with an indigenous developed technologies. So this becomes a Indian industries implementing Indian developed technologies. This becomes the true sign of Atmanirbhar Bharat. So, I thank all of you for joining me in this quest for actually creating an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. Now I'm profusely elated to take the opportunity to introduce our chief guest for this occasion, Shri Rajiv Kailaji, Chairman CII Chandigarh, to address the audience present here. Sir.
A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries on the dais with me and the ones who have joined virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, I try to keep my address brief because the main intent of this whole show is for the flow of knowledge which has to take place. Water, as we all know, plays a very important role in all the aspects of our lives. And its quality is deteriorating with the ever increasing pollution due to urbanization, industrialization, and population growth. To sustain quality of life, it is imperative that to detect the water pollutants causing this contamination. Traditionally, detection of water quality was manually performed where water samples were obtained and sent for examination to the laboratories, which will take time for the whole process. Then there was a cost and human resources involved. Such techniques do not provide data in real time also. Various issues related to water quality has eventually brought up the need to have real-time monitoring and contamination detection systems in place. Advanced technologies such as IoT and AI can provide a possible answer to all this problem. And the solutions based on these technologies are improving the water purity level progressively. Since this process has already started, so we are seeing some results, but it has to be escalated further. So IoT-based innovative water quality management can identify toxins and present in the water. And IoT-based products have features which significantly enhance the process of water quality management. A data-driven approach, real-time monitoring, and predictive maintenance. Uh, SWQM, Smart Water Quality Monitoring, is the process of measuring the water quality parameters such as temperature, pH, turbidity, dissolved oxygen levels, variety of ion presence, and so on. The main objective of monitoring water quality is to ensure these parameters are within a suitable range. A water quality monitoring application involves using different IoT-based smart sensors and keep track of the parameters in real time. The hardware utilized in SWQM includes cloud servers, a routing device, IoT sensors, dashboard, and others that manage essential functions such as system activation, security, communication, action specifications, and detection to support specific goals and actions. Smart water quality monitoring systems have become extremely useful in domestic applications, agriculture, aquaculture, and municipal waste water recycling. In addition, these systems monitor water quality in lakes, rivers, and other water bodies. Smart water quality systems would also be most useful and effective in healthcare facilities, water utilities, and wastewater management from the manufacturing units. Smart water quality management solutions contribute to increase productivity by improving processes and workflows. Industry's overall revenue can also be increased, and water costs can be reduced by real-time monitoring of this water or the water. Safety and reliability of workplaces and other network operations can also be improved significantly with predictive maintenance, one of the most prominent IoT features. Latest trends and benefits in WQM systems are Legionella bacteria outbreak has been kept at bay, pure water in healthcare facilities, a healthy water supply made possible, effective wastewater management in this day and age.
Now I please may request Dr. V.M. Tiwari, Theme Model E3OW, to share his valuable insights for this event. Dr. V.M. Tiwari will be joining us virtually.
Thank you.
Sir?
Are you able to hear me? Can you hear me?
So we can hear you.
Okay, thank
You
you.
are not audible. Sir, you're not audible. Please unmute yourself, sir.
I think
Can hear you.
Yeah, we also can hear him. सर आप बात करें.
Is it okay?
Yes.
Yes.
I think colleagues at CSIU are not able to hear.
We can hear you, sir.
We can hear you, sir. You're audible, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Anant Ramakrishna, colleague in CSIR, Chairman CII Chandigarh, colleague from Jal Jeevan Mission, Dr. Pradeep Singh ji, all those who have joined from CSIR, outside CSIR, as well as from industry. Let me start to briefly tell the purpose for which these iConnect events are organized and try to see that how these iConnect events are pertinent to the mission, probably one of the biggest in the world, which Government of India has launched, Jal Jeevan Mission. The purpose for iConnect has been that first to see whatever the technologies are, the technical possibility of developing solutions to the problem which our country is facing, can that be upscaled through the societal and industrial connect. And I'm very happy that while this program has been designed, the director CSIO has taken cognizance of it and invited the chairman of the CII first connect to the industry and also to have with us on board the colleague from Jal Jeevan Mission. I would not repeat the issue which had already been dwelt upon previously by different colleagues, particularly emphasizing why the quality of water is so important, but would like to add that we often only concern about potable water for human beings. We must understand today our Mother Earth is equally being impacted by the quality and quantity of water in the continental area particularly. At the same time, we are also concerned about the other animals on the planet Earth, and they are very important to us. If the quality of water is not good for the animals who are now bread and butter for our business, and also they provide day to day the kind of food we are, particularly in India, like to have. And through food chain, we find that if even the animals are fed the bad quality of water, they drink bad quality of water, the milk, the other things through which sometimes people, those who eat the non-vegetarian food or fish, they also get through food chain the contaminated water source reaching to the human being. So we are not only concerned about the quality of water available only to the mankind, but the planet Earth and also the other living creatures on the planet Earth, which makes the planet Earth inclusive and livable. The important point what we would like to emphasize here is compendium of technologies which CSIR can offer to solve or to provide solutions to the problems which we are facing in the different parts of the country. They relate right from the source sustainability to the monitoring of quality of water and also utilizing, which we often call wastewater, to make them potable to make them usable. And for all that, we need to know how the quality of water is. And therefore, the development of the sensors, the utilization of the modern day technology, IoT, cloud, or data analytics, or even when the large data sets become using the AI, in now cost way will be very important to immediately take the issues for the solutions. And in recent time, through Jal Jeevan Mission program, 8 CSIR laboratories came together and evolved a project, and in fact, demonstration of that has already been made at few locations, which can be deployed at various parts of the country depending on the requirement at the different locations. And here is a need where we can connect to the industry. And as Director CSIO has mentioned about the economic in terms of the business opportunities, what one can see here, but at the same time, I see much more than that, that how best we can take care of billions of people of our country. And therefore, I take this opportunity to compliment one side to all our colleagues in CSIR for taking up this challenging task of adopting, developing, and demonstrating the technologies in the water sector, and other side appealing to the all those stakeholders, industry, and also the common man to become the part of this initiative, so that the initiative which we are launching in a very modest way become successful for the benefit of mankind in the country. We must also realize the fact that the day the world is moving, India is going to be one of the very prominent countries which can offer solutions to the problems in the other parts of the world. So not only thinking about the economy and societal benefit of such initiatives within India, we can also think beyond India, global perspective, and Sarve Bhavantu Sukhna and Sarve Sant Niramaya objectives. And with this, I feel really privileged to be part of this program of Ministry of Science and Technology and Earth Sciences, of connecting to the industry and the other stakeholders who can come on board in getting implemented the technologies which are available in the country for the benefit of our nation, for benefit of the people, and for the benefit of the human being. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. I look forward for the listening the deliberation.
Thank you.
You are not audible, please.
Thank you.
Sir, CSI has a problem with the mic, looks like. There is a audio issue. We can't hear.
So it's okay.
Am I audible now, Heman?
Yes, yes, now we can listen you.
Okay. The chief guest of today's event, Shri Rajiv Kaila, our mentor of E3OW theme, Dr. V.M. Tiwari, Professor S. Ananta Ramakrishnan, Director CSIO, Shri Pradeep Singh ji, Director Jal Jeevan Mission, National Jal Jeevan Mission, and Dr. Paban, Dr. Suman, and all the colleagues of CSIR and all the participants. I'll just brief you about the CSIR's contribution in water technologies. CSIR has recently compiled the technologies, whatever technologies available in CSI in form of a compendium. With some of the technologies, Dr. Baban will then elaborate later. I'll just give the introduction about those technologies which are ready for deployment, and they are of TRL level 6 and above. So they are ready for deployment, and industry can straightway take it up for the commercialization. And these technologies basically in different categories, like in drinking water, like they include groundwater, surface water, and also the store water. Wastewater, including the domestic, municipal water, agriculture, and industrial wastewater. IoT integration, on which Dr. Bhavan will elaborate, and Jal Jeevan Mission, we are working with Jal Jeevan Mission. And we have the technologies for removing the impurities like salinity or turbidity, hardness, heavy metals, or pathogens. And these are different processes, like they are physical processes, biological processes, chemical processes. They all are there, and they are very easy to handle technologies. Like, for example, for drinking water purpose, we have the technologies that can be attached with the hand pump. So at village level, no need of electricity or any other energy source. So this can be easily usable. They can be installed at the supply source of water. And this can be used at household level also. These technologies already been demonstrated at pilot scale and also at the field level, and most of them are already licensed to different like industries, including MSME, new startup, and entrepreneurs. And there are around 69 total technologies available in the CSR, with the different CSR laboratories, around 15 to 20 different laboratories working in the this water research. And the National Jal Jeevan Mission, Ministry of Jal Shakti, has sanctioned a project for IoT, affordable IoT-enabled water service delivery and measurement monitoring sensing system, where is a consortium of CSR labs led by CSIO. And here, I feel that today's this iConnect event is, I think, very important, where now we have the chairman of CII himself with us. So I think these technologies and this Jal Jeevan Mission, I think without the industry's participation, I think we will not be able to successfully implement it. So we already, there are already some vendors identified by different CSR labs. And the most importantly, the highlight of this project with Jal Jeevan Mission would be that we will be having indigenously developed, indigenously manufactured sensors, which we are right now importing, which are off-the-shelf sensors we are importing right now. So in the next phase, we will be having the indigenous, and that will be the true like self-reliance or the, what we call the Atmanirbhar Bharat step. And I think credit goes to the Ministry of Jal Shakti, National Jal Jeevan Mission, I must thank Shri Bharatlalji, who was the additional secretary at that time, and Shri Pradeep Singh ji, who is in supporting and guiding our team for its implementation across the country. And thank you, Pradeep ji, for your continuous support to CSR. And on behalf of the CSR, all the CSR labs, I think I can say that we will successfully implement this project, and it will be I think, the very good example of Atmanirbhar Bharat in the indigenous technology. So, thankful to Professor Anant Ramakrishnan and whole team of CSR giving this opportunity, calling me here in person. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Bhavan, for making it happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for blessing us with your presence here in this occasion and making it special. Now, I please may request Dr. Hemant Kulkarni, Senior Principal Scientist, Technology Management Directorate, Ministry of Science and Technology, to join us virtually and share his valuable insights into this event. Dr. Hemant Kulkarni, please.
Hello. I'm not sure whether I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible. Yeah, you are audible. Yes, please.
Hello.
Yes, you're audible, please.
You're audible, sir.
Looks
Sir,
like
you
there's
are
a
audible.
network problem. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You're audible, sir. Kindly please increase the volume a little bit.
Hello. Am I
Yes,
audible?
sir, you are audible.
You're audible, sir. Please start, sir.
Hello. There seems to be some network issue. I'm not able to hear you, and I don't know whether you can hear me.
So you have muted yourself, I think. Please unmute yourself. Is this working?
Voice is low.
If you can hear me, just continue because I can't hear you.
He's not able to hear.
Able to hear?
Sir, you're audible, sir. Are you able to hear us, sir? Dr. Kulkarni, are you able to hear us?
I'm not able to hear you. I just want to say that I
Dr.
think
Gopal,
I won't
I
take
saw
much
that
time.
the revised one.
All the
No
best
problem.
for
No
this event. I think I'm as eager as
I'm
any
waiting.
of you
Okay.
to conduct and take forward these initiatives.
Waiting.
I wish you all the best. We will do everything that's possible
Dr.
from
Kulkarni, can you
headquarters
please
side.
increase the volume?
And thank you so much to Pradeep
mic.
Singh ji and Dr. Anant Ramakrishnan, and continuous guidance and support from Dr. VM Tiwari, our team nodal, the director of NGRI. I think you should proceed with the main events, and I'll catch up with you later. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your blissful presence on this occasion. For now, I please may request Dr. Suman Singh, Head and Senior Principal Scientist, MSSA, CSIO Chandigarh, to facilitate all the dignitaries present here on the dais in today's function with the plant pot. Presenting a plant pot is one of the most significant contributions to this green planet Earth and an intense tribute to this Mother Nature. Moreover, it's one of the best felicitations which can be presented in this serene and pristine month of Sawan. Suman ma'am. So first of all, I request Suman ma'am and Director sir to felicitate our chief guest, a worthy chief guest, Shri Rajiv Kaila ji, with the plant pot, with the green plant pot.
Hello, sir. Sir, sir.
I request Suman ma'am And Director, sir, to facilitate, Professor Daruka.
अविनाश को बुलाइए. अविनाश से बात करिए.
Ma'am to honor Director, sir.
Hello.
No, I am part of here.
हेलो. अविनाश हैं. अविनाश वो पार्लियामेंट्री क्वेश्चन फाइनल करने के लिए सर बुला रहे हैं.
Moving
तो
ahead
चलिए
with the
सुनिए.
curriculum.
चले जाइए. मैं
I
एक
want
बीसी
to
में हूँ.
like to
मैं बस
request
15-20
Shri
मिनट.
Pradeep Singh ji, Director Jal Jeevan Mission 4, who is one of the greatest and strongest pillars of our support, to join us virtually and for delivering a keynote address with the topic Digital Initiatives under Jal Jeevan Mission. Welcome, sir.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Yeah.
You can please start.
Yeah. So very good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I want to congratulate CSIO for arranging this wonderful workshop where all the stakeholders are being called upon a single platform and trying to solve issues that are at hand in front of our country. Jal Jeevan Mission, friends, provides a huge opportunity where we can contribute and make meaningful contribution for changing life of our people, making life of our brothers and sisters easy. Today I am going to talk about Jal Jeevan Mission, what is the opportunity that is available and what is the vision that we have got. And I would request all of you to ponder upon that and bring out meaningful solutions so that we can make this mission successful. Friends, under Jal Jeevan Mission, our main focus is to provide water service delivery. Why I say water service delivery? Because it's a huge change that we have thought about for rural water supply, that not only creating infrastructure but ensuring that water is provided at a in terms of quantity, in terms of quality, and on regular and long-term basis. And the moment I say long-term basis, your theme, ecology, environment, and other natural resources that are available and that affect water system becomes their health, their well-being also become important. So I am very happy that this workshop is looking after issue in a very holistic manner. And when I say service delivery for rural households, we are immediately talking about certain benchmarks, certain standards, and therefore the measurement of the service becomes very important. And under Jal Jeevan Mission, our approach is bottom up, where every gram panchayat or its subcommittee, or we call Pani Samiti, is should act like a local water utility, where they should be able to register, they should be able to provide new connections, they should be able to ensure the quality of the water supply, they should have some control on ensuring the quantity, they should take initiatives so that the water that is coming out of the households is treated in a proper manner, grey water management, and things like that. And a digital technology which we are working with CSIR consortium to help these water utilities, these local water utilities, to perform their job easily and in a open and transparent way, where their own performance can also be monitored. So it's a single backbone that we are talking about, where all these small water utilities spread over 6.5 lakh villages should be able to share data. Their quality of service should be able to be monitored, and at a district level, or a state level, we should be able to take policy decisions and help these water utilities to perform their function in a proper way, so that ultimately the consumer, which is the household getting water, at that delivery point, the quality as well as quantity can be assured. So, so in a nutshell, this is what our approach is. We are making a huge investment of about 3.6 lakh crore in terms of developing such water supply system, where the measurement and monitoring is one of the key aspects. Measurement and monitoring of the water supply, as well as assurance of quality. That also is another area where we are focusing a lot. We are having a network of lab which are open to public. People can, as a consumer, we should be able to collect water from our taps and provide to our these water quality testing labs, and we should be able to get the reports. Right now the scenario is that we are able to, we can test our blood more easily than we can test our water. That is the situation we have right now, but that we want to change. So the water quality monitoring and surveillance is one part, but the monitoring of service delivery on a continuous basis using technology, using digital technology, and using this ecosystem becomes very important. So here, the sensors, the RTU devices, the cloud services, all these players, all these service providers should come together and should be able to provide this objective, this service, this approach that we are trying to fulfill through Jal Jeevan Mission. Under Jal Jeevan Mission, बस एक मिनट में आता हूँ मैं. Under Jal Jeevan Mission, we have approached this problem in a very systematic way. First of all, we have developed a framework document. We had experts from all over the country. We had a lot of talks with the different stakeholders, and we have tried to come out with a bare minimum framework, which हाँ मैं कॉल करता हूँ 5 मिनट में. Bare minimum framework where we are able to where everybody can design their own solutions and provide a meaningful provide and come on board and participate in this exercise. So after that framework, we have conducted certain pilots in field where we tested this framework. In fact, the framework was developed together. We were also conducting field pilots, and we were taking a lot of inputs from the field, and with that help only we could finalize the framework. After that, we gave this project to CSIR. We discussed with CSIR, and they form a very good consortium, and they took a problem in a very scientific way, where they are doing 2 or 3 things that we say. One is sensor development, the indigenization of whole sensors that are available. Second is standardization and some kind of benchmarking of these sensors. So that is another very important thing. And third, we are partnering with states where in actual, our idea is at least in all the states, we should have at least pilot of 20-25 villages where states have first-hand knowledge, and first their water supply departments gets to know what system we are trying to make and things like that. There is already some good states which have lived out, and they are already taken upon themselves and implementing these IoT systems. Bihar, for example, they have rolled out in almost all 40,000 villages, where they are measuring the water quality, water quantity only, and they are having dashboards. There is alert system. They are monitoring pump operations. The message goes to individual ward panchayats and ward management committees and the pump operators, and they are taking the remedial actions. Gujarat, they have just finalized onboarded an agency where they are deploying this system in 500 villages. Out of 500, I think 300 today on morning only we were discussing. Out of 500, these 323 villages, they have deployed this system, and so there again they are measuring not only quantity but also certain quality parameters. They have also used to monitor system, this multi-village scheme system through this sensor-based measurement and monitoring system, where the service delivery, so the overall water balance they can bring about, they can find out for the scheme how much is being the fulfilled, because supplying bulk water and treating them and supplying to long distances is a quite costly affair. So there we cannot afford to have leakages for agriculture and things like that. So in terms of service delivery, measure and monitoring, these are the things. Other than this, I think we are looking for partner. Achha, one more thing I just slipped my mind, that we have also created a category on GEM portal side by side where these system integrators can onboard themselves. We had stakeholder consultation with the state governments as well as the vendors about the platform and what are the parameters and what are the things we have. So it's a very easy to use platform for the state government point of view, and also vendors can onboard themselves. And there we are looking for vendors not in a piecemeal basis, but in a as a system integrated kind of service we are looking for, where the device layer, the communication layer, and the data analytics layer, all three responsibility lies with one vendor. So we would be very happy that the specific strength companies having specific strength on these things should come together and provide a solution which can be used by Pani Samitis and our Sarpanches. So again, at the end, our customers are Pani Samitis and Sarpanches. Our technology should be so easy, so intuitive, so that they are able to use it with very ease. They should be able to use these device data from these devices, the analytics that is available from these devices, to make our system better, to provide better service delivery, reduce non-revenue water, reduce customer dissatisfaction, and things like that. I think with that I will stop. We are already delayed in our this thing. So thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for your guidance and support always. We really are grateful for everything. For now, I'm handing over the dais to Dr. Pooja Devi, Principal Scientist, CSIO Chandigarh, for starting over with the plenary sessions from various eminent speakers. Pooja, ma'am.
Thank you, Harjo, and welcome everyone on behalf of organizing committee to the first technical session of the event. So in this technical session, we have 3 plenary talks, and due to the shortage of time, we'll be having the 2 talks before high tea, so high tea will be a little bit delayed. So we have 3 speakers with us, Mr. Kamlesh Daga from Messrs. Plasticurg Industries Private Limited, Dr. Aj Agarwal, Professor IIT Jodhpur, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, and Dr. Jayant from Bharat Forge Limited. So I would like to invite our first speaker, Dr. Aj Agarwal from IIT Jodhpur. So in the meantime, I introduce him. I would request Professor Agarwal to kindly, okay, he has already shared his presentation. So let me introduce Professor Agarwal to the audience first. Professor Ajay Agarwal is a professor at IIT Jodhpur. He is associated with Department of Electrical Engineering School of AI and Data Science and Dean of Interdisciplinary Research Program of IIT Jodhpur. He earlier worked with Siri Pilani as a senior principal scientist and coordinated smart sensor area and head nanobio sensors and MEMS groups. He also acted as an associate dean of ACSIR for engineering sciences. He has been involved in the development of nanotechnologies, MEMS, microfluidics, microsensor for environmental, healthcare, and industry 4.0 application. He has been engaged with semiconductor industries, research institutes, and academics for over 3 decades. He has around 290 research publications to his credit, 90 invited plenary talk, and he has supervised around 15 PhD students. He is member of several, IEEE and several societies, including IET. He's also a recipient of several awards. Few of them is like CSI Technology Award, DST UK Thematic Partnership Award, and many more to his credit. So not taking much time, I would like to invite Professor Ajay Agarwal for his talk. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Pooja. Am I audible first?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Thank you very much for the introduction and giving me this opportunity to share some of my ideas about this important topic, sustainability for drinking water. And this is a topic which is of highest importance for we people in India. So, before I go for my talk and further discussion on this topic, this is the entrance of our institute, and why I'm showing that we are here with 11 different departments and 3 different schools which we have here. So that means we are very well connected with different kind of science and technology. And we have a number of initiatives related to the water technologies, water distribution management, water quality management, and many of these departments are working together for such initiatives, because none of these initiatives are from one department, and multiple departments need to work together for any of such initiatives. So let me highlight some of the facts about the water, mainly the drinking water. A safe water supply is a backbone for any healthy economy. So we all understand it is very important. In India, it is estimated that waterborne diseases have this economic burden of something like 4,800 crores a year. So because of this, so it's not that water is important, but what it is affecting the country, and country, the government, or we ourselves, but we have to spend such a huge amount on our health, mainly because of not pure water or not a good quality drinking water. And this is happening especially in the drought and flood prone areas, which has affected almost one third of our nation in last few years. So that's a big alarm. So one third of the country is having some time either a drought or flood, and which affects the water quality, mainly the drinking water quality, and in turn it affects the health of the people, and it's a burden to the society. This is a fact sometime back. I would like to get it updated also, but less than 50% of Indian population has a safe access to the safe drinking water. So this is an alarm. This is an alarm, and I congratulate our mission, the Jal Jeevan mission from the government of India, to change this scenario. And I would like to see this to be a 0% in coming years too. So when we say not clean water, so chemical contaminants is another big problem. And the two contaminants for the water are, if we see the chemical, which are the fluorine and arsenic. And these are coming from the ground, basically. So when we are using groundwater, the fluorine and arsenic are the two. And this is what numbers is available. 1.96 million dwellings are having these type of contaminants. So excess fluorine or affecting at least 19 states of our country, and excess arsenic is also country. So these are huge number. So we have to do something important or something significant in these areas. I'll not say that nothing is done. A lot of effort is done, but I feel there has to these efforts need to be scaled further. The 2/3 of Indian districts are affected by the extreme underground water depletion. This is another big alarm, and one of the facts we have to accept. Groundwater has over 30 million access points, and this groundwater, if we see, 85% of drinking water in rural area is from the ground, and our cities or the urban area is also getting almost 50% of water from the ground. So we are depleting the groundwater, and which is alarm. So when we are talking of sustainable water supply for the drinking purpose, we have to consider these facts very seriously, and we have to change this scenario as soon as possible. So when we are talking of sustainable uh, water supply, so sustainable water system should have these factors. So adequate water quantity is one important. The other aspect is the quality of the water. And when we are taking care of quantity and quality, we should take care of the future requirements also. It is not for today without compromising the future requirements. So these are the three major aspects when we are considering the water systems or the sustainability of the water system. The water sustainability for any purpose has these three factors. The main goals are there. So economic feasibility, we have to see how we are getting this water. Social responsibility is important, and environmental integrity is also important. So these three factors need to be, or these are the three main goals we have to consider when we are considering for the sustainability of water for any particular purpose, not only drinking purpose, any other purpose. So water is mainly used for these applications, as we understand. So drinking as a survival necessity. So this is what we are talking today. It's a necessity. So we cannot avoid it. It is being used also in the industries, mainly energy production, manufacturing, and other industries. So water is quite heavily used for many other applications. Domestic is another application, and as we know, it is for cooking, cleaning, bathing, sanitation. And we should not forget agriculture. So this is another big requirement. Now, about the resources, if we see, these facts are very interesting and somewhat alarming also. This gives us a opportunity what we should do for the sustainability of the water. So if we see surface water, there are four major sources: river, lake, ponds, and tanks. So these are the four we all understand. India has about 10,000 plus rivers and their tributaries, which are at least 1.5 kilometer or 1.6 kilometer longer than that. So it's a huge number. And if we see the quantity in these rivers, the mean annual flow in all these river basins is estimated as 1,869 cubic kilometers, which is a huge number. So we have a huge amount of surface water, mainly rivers. The other source is rainwater. What is happening in India at this moment? India experiences an average precipitation of 1,100 millimeters per year. So this is an average millimeters. So it is, you can think of, it's more than a meter average rainfall entire country. This amounts to something like 4,000 cubic kilometers of rain annually. We can think of, we had about 1,800 cubic kilometer, and here we have 4,000 cubic kilometers. So it's a huge amount of water. But and if you see this water and divided by our population, so we have almost 1,700 cubic meters of fresh water per person every year. So we have this much of water for each of us from the rain only. But pity is, India is currently storing only 6% of its annual rainfall. We are not able to capture this water for useful purpose, and the amount which is being captured is extremely low. Further, if you see groundwater, despite extensive river system, safe clean drinking water is in shortage that we have to accept. India harness 761 cubic kilometers of water every year, and 20% of this is from the groundwater, which is unsustainable. So this is somewhat older data, but we might be better slightly, but this is a alarm. We are harnessing this water at a very high rate, and this is unsustainable water. Of this water drawn from river and ground wells, if we use this one, so we have about approximately 688 cubic kilometers for irrigation. So this water what we are harnessing, 761, the majority 688 cubic kilometers goes only for irrigation purpose. So this is again a big alarm for us. How to manage this we have to manage our irrigation, but in what way so that this amount can be reduced to a significant level. Only 56 cubic kilometer of water is used by the municipalities for drinking applications. So out of this 761, 56 is only used for the drinking purpose, and 17 cubic kilometer is used by the industry. So we can think of this amount, which is a huge amount. I can say 90% of water is going for the irrigation. So that is the area where we have to work out how to minimize this without affecting the irrigation quality or the requirement of the irrigation. Now come to the another aspect of this water, which is the reclaimed water. Reclaimed water, or the water recycled from the human use, is also a sustainable supply of water. So what we are doing, only 30% of water in India or the wastewater is recycled. So this 30%, if we can increase it, we can have a large amount of water, and this water without too much of processing can go for irrigation purpose, or sometimes it can go for the, if it is a grey water, it can go for the industrial application also. On a contrary, if you see, Singapore is recycling this wastewater, and 10% of that quantity is used for the drinking also. In India, we are not using at all this water for drinking. It is being used for the industrial and irrigation purpose, but the country like Singapore are using it for the drinking purpose, and it is for more than 15 years now. So it is possible to use recycled water, and these were some of the facts. Let me say about the crisis what we are seeing ahead. About 40% of Indian population will have no access to drinking water by 2030. This is because of depletion of the groundwater, and we are heavily dependent on groundwater. So this is from the report from the NITI Aayog 2019. 2 lakh people die every year due to inadequate access to safe water. So this is a huge number. So we have to again consider that how to make this water safe further. I am again saying there are a lot of efforts from the government side, but again, still these numbers are alarming, and we should do what all possible from our side to take care of these things. India's water crisis is often attributed to these factors, say lack of government planning, but I will not say that this factor is anymore very valid. Government is putting up a dedicated ministry, that missions are there, but this is a perception. Increased corporate privatization, industrial and human waste, and sometimes it is also put to the corruption. But irrespective of whatever is public opinion, it is our responsibility to save every drop of water, and especially the potable water, drinking water. So these points, whatever I am saying, these are the perceptions only. I'll not say, I'll not know how correct are these, but these are the perceptions, and that is what people say. Now let's see how we can improve the situation. So current challenges in the water management infrastructure is to minimize water consumption and preserve water quality. So it's from one of the studies, almost 30 to 40% of water is lost in the network during the distribution. So there are leakages and uneven connections and all sort of things are there. We can save this one. So we have to reduce the consumption by the clients also. Minimize the energy consumption. So optimal pumping, effective water distribution systems can reduce the energy required for the distribution and minimize operation costs So by proper maintenance and say optimum infrastructure also, uh, something can be done in this area also to minimize the operation cost. Next few slides, I'm just going through some of the sensors. As Dr. Pooja mentioned, I, along with my colleagues and friends and from different institutions, even CSIO, I've been working with different sensors. So these are some biochemical sensor. I'm just showing a glimpse of it. There are some microfluidic platforms, and and these are some other sensors. So all these sensors, some way or other, are useful in water quality management, water supply management, water quality management, and we are doing our part, whatever possible, to do something more in this area. So these are some further examples from my previous institution, where we have been putting up some efforts in uh, making different sensors and systems which are useful for water quality management. So like these type sensors are useful to assess the quality of contaminants, even traces level. So these are some of the examples of say portable systems. Our previous speaker has mentioned that there is definitely a need of these type of systems and sensor. Uh, fine. So this is another example of a system. So what's the way forward? So last couple of slides only. These are the points which are critical for us to maintain drinking water sustainability. So first is, I will say, the education. We also need to educate our educated people, because all of us are wasting somewhere. So we have to be educated, like we have to change our lifestyle, and small changes in our habit can save some water every day in whatever we do. I don't want to give some examples here, but there are a lot of possibilities here in our houses where we can save water. Uh, Invent new water conservation technologies. Recycle wastewater, so gray and black water recycling. Improve irrigation and agriculture practice. I understand that this is a big area, because this area is very important for a country like India, which is the agriculture economy, and we are utilizing a huge amount of water. The water consumption compared to the quantity of food we produce is much higher than many other developed countries, where they are using uh, more scientific way for water consumption. So improve water catchment and harvesting areas. Further, improve water distribution infrastructure. Uh, IoT systems and water leakage management has already been said. Because these can help in the distribution, address pollution and contamination. So there is a need of these pathogens and contaminants identification at the point of use. The point of distribution, if you are checking, but in the line, what is happening? How somebody know that is the water used, what is coming from our tap is clean or usable or not? If there's a leakage in between, there's a mixing of sewage water. Many times it has been reported in many places. So the water is no way it is usable at the use point. So we are looking, or there's a need for point of use systems which are cheaper and can be monitored at the point of use, or can be used at the point of use. So different R&D innovation solutions are being worked out, and there's a huge requirement for this one. We have to work on innovative ideas to do different aspects in this water distribution and management, quality management. We have to look for community-based governance and partnership. So this is something what we have done, and there is a model now. It is being popularly known as IIT Jodhpur model. So what? Let me just spend 30 seconds on this. What we are doing, we are setting up a lot of water purification plants in various schools in the villages, nearby villages, and these plants are simple plants. The technology is our own technology, and we train the school kids and their teachers to maintain these plants. So these plants are now being maintained by the kids of these schools. So they own it, they maintain it, and this is a very sustainable model we have shown in our locality, and this is popularly known as IIT Jodhpur model. So development and enact of better policies. So I think I'll not say much. Government is doing a lot, and we would like to contribute where possible to take care of this. But the huge requirement is like we are seeing today also. Many rivers at many places the water is in excess, while some other places it is in scarcity. So can we connect our all water resources? So if we can do it, it's a mammoth task. It's not that simple, but we have to plan for a long term and get it done. We have to get it done because the plannings have been there, but if unless we get it done, we'll not be able to uh, connect all water bodies, and we can channelize these flood waters or the places where we get a huge amount of rains, and large part of country do not get sufficient rain, so that can flow from one part to another. That's all from my side. Thank you very much giving me this opportunity to share my views, and thank you very much. And I'm happy for any question or comment.
Hello. Thank you, sir, for a very informative session covering all the status of the water-related problems, the technology developed by your group, and also the way forward. So if there are any question, we can take maybe one question for the session. Maybe, sir, I would like to ask one question. What, like from your vast experience as a researcher, what according to you should be done? Like what would you guide a researcher working in the domains of water technologies? Generally, the technologies are developed at the lab level, then the direction in terms of validation and connect with the industry is lacking. So what would be your suggestions or guidance for the researchers working in this domain?
Dr. Pooja, I think your initiative in this workshop is in that direction only. You are bringing the industry people just all together. So such type of discussion should be always done. And the technologies, no one technology is sufficient for solving all the problems. That's what I was trying to highlight. There are some expectations from the government side, some big level projects which we researchers cannot do, but we researchers can do a lot in the quality management, distribution management, leak management, and definitely all this can be done with the help of industry only. And industry will only do if there is a business out of it. So it is not because it is affecting the life of everyone, and there is always a business, and we are ready to pay for it also if the quality water is there or quality management is there. So I think more of such workshops should be organized, and not only these deliberations, we should take next step to work together, and definitely our country will have a better solution tomorrow. I'm very much hopeful, and we should not put our efforts under boundaries. That is one thing. So we have to open up, discuss with anyone, everyone, and we have to work for the country.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So thank you for your valuable time for the session today. So on behalf of organizing committee, I thank you for your time and talk.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
So our second talk is by Mr. Kamlesh Daga. He's basically the CEO of the company Plastic Surge Industries Private Limited. So I would request you share your screen, sir. In the meantime, I introduce you to the audience. So Mr. Kamlesh is a successful business entrepreneur with over 25 years of experience in developing innovative and low-cost product for community healthcare sector. One of the important products that he introduced to the community was the field water test kit for population, which hail mainly from the rural and remote areas of the country, where premier healthcare services are not affordable, nor can be provided because of the lack of infrastructure and modern amenities. The FTKs have proved to be an excellent tool in monitoring field water quality for drinking purpose under National Rural Water Quality Management and Surveillance Program of the Government of India. It's also an excellent product for creating awareness about water quality and its link to health of the people. The Department of Drinking Water and Ministry of Rural Research and Development Government of India has empaneled this product, and the DRDO, NRDC, and BART have exclusively awarded the low-cost technology for commercial production of these kits to his organization. He has been also active in his CSR profile from the platform of Amravati and Vidarbha Management Association, MIDC Industries Association, Chamber of Commerce and Industries Amravati Chapter, and Indian and nationally, internationally known NGOs. He is the recipient of award for Best Humanitarian Services presented by the Lions Club International Foundation and Best Industries Award by the Government of Maharashtra. So with this brief introduction, I invite you, sir, for your talk. Over to you. Kamlesh, you're not audible. You have to unmute yourself. There is an icon at the bottom of your screen. Kindly check for the icon at bottom of your screen. You have to unmute yourself. Can you hear us? आपके आइकन में आपके नीचे वेबएक्स के नीचे की तरफ होता है स्टार्ट वीडियो के साथ otherwise please try to rejoin if you are not able to see the icon.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Sorry for the technical glitch. Now, thank you, Dr. Pooja, and dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, and dear friends. More or less, it's such a fantastic opportunity for me to really present the challenges which the country and the world is facing. Just give me a second. Yeah. So, more or less, the challenges for the country as such is the same what Ajay ji have discussed. So this is the global scenario. We all know about this. probably you people know more than me, that only 0.3% is available in the rivers and lakes. This scenario of groundwater is really disturbing. The challenges I'll discuss, there are numerous interventions taking place every day. Now, the entire globe has tremendous pressure on water resources system. The growing water pollution for both surface and groundwater aggravated the water availability problems. Water, we all know the use is increasing everywhere, every year, and the figures are in front of you. The agriculture and irrigation is the major chunk, almost 70% of the water, and then remaining 30% has to be shared for industry and domestic use. Per capita availability of water in 1950 is reduced to 60% in developed countries and 30% in developing countries. Now, looking at the Indian scenario, it is estimated that sectoral water requirement, the figures are here in front of you. I will not go more on the figures. The geographical area of India is about 329 million hectares, and with a population, we will have to really think hard. By 2050, Indian water demand will increase 32% from now. If the present rate of groundwater depletion persists, India will only have 22% of present daily per capita water availability by 2050, possibly forcing the country to import water. Now, these are number of factors responsible. Increase in the population, agriculture will be the main consumer. Now, the mantra by Honorable Prime Minister Modi, per drop, more crop. As a result, industries will reduce their dependency on fresh water usage. If water starts disappearing, nature's process gets disrupted, and this initial total destruction. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had quoted Tamil poet Tiruvallur in his Independence Day address to the nation. Almost half the houses in the country, they do not have safe drinking water. And recently, the Jal Jeevan Mission has taken a big initiative and are doing a fantastic job, which has recently been just explained to us. Now, this is again some facts and figures about the groundwater. India is about to move from water stress situation to water scarcity situation. Water resources are either polluted or depleted in India due to population explosion, climate change, and more or less the cities are badly affected than the rural areas. The water crisis engulfing India can be gauged from the fact that it became the center of Modi's Independence Day speech. He used the word water 28 times. Growing population and rapid urbanization have widened the gap between demand and supply of the water in India. Now, this is the difference between 2000 and 2020. So, the population count. Now, this is again the facts that per capita water availability in 2050 would be drastically reduced. We already have affordability problem of drinking water, which is a primary challenge. Cities' groundwater level have been falling drastically. In fact, Bangalore, if you see, is on the top of the chart. All the metro cities, the percentage change of groundwater from 1998 to 2018 is drastic, 94%, 89%. So these figures are really alarming. Now, this I have already informed that Jal Jeevan Mission is a fantastic program by the Government of India in coordination with the state government, where they are working jointly and have an ambitious plan. Now, coming to the innovation part, the basis of this today's discussion was creation of IoT-based sensors for water monitoring, quality checking. Now, we also are a part of industry and have been in association with different research organizations in the country like DRDO, CSIR, and we also are in touch with CSIO for developing a beautiful sensor-based device. The validation is completed by the research team of CSIO under the able leadership of Dr. Amol. The USP of the product would be that it will be portable, easy to carry, handheld, the data in the digital format, all those features with GSM connectivity, real-time applications, and we already have completed a lot of parameters, approximately 14 to 18 different parameters, chemical parameter, physical parameters, and biological parameters of the drinking water, which are very important. So these all things are being worked out. However, industry is incomplete if the research wings like CSIR doesn't join hands together. We as an industry have resources. We can manufacture, we can supply, we can do after sales services. However, the research part, R&D part is definitely the distinct forte of research centers and research laboratories like CSIO. So a wonderful job is being done, and thank you, Jal Jeevan Mission, for integrating the industry and the research together. Otherwise, we all know that majorly we were importing these kinds of sensors at a very high price, against which in India, which in the Make in India program, we can really develop these sensors at a very low cost price and can be made available to all the 5 or 6 lakh villages in the country. So now I really would appreciate, friends, if we could really make the vision of Honorable Modi true. And thanks once again, Dr. Pooja, for giving an opportunity as an industrialist. We really know that things are challenging and difficulties are being faced as an industrialist. But however, joining hands with your research and premier institutes, we really can do this at a faster pace. So thank you, friends, and would appreciate if you could help me if you have any queries or anything. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, Kamlesh, can you hear me?
Hello. Hello. Yes. Yes,
So I
Dr.
was
Pooja.
asking in reference to the industry partnership with the validation of the products developed by the research organization. So the industry has a like any platform available for the validation of the products, or they look for the products which are validated at the academic institution level itself.
Can you repeat, Pooja ji?
I'm asking about the partnership of the industries at the validation stage of different products developed by the academic institutions.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah,
Hello?
you're audible. Can you hear me?
Can you repeat your question, please?
I'm asking about the partnership possibility of industries in the validation and deployment of the products developed by the academic institutions.
Of course,
Yeah.
yes, I understand. Yeah, we do have definitely, look, industry has got a wide outreach and resourcefully we can work out jointly. And as we had discussions like, unless as a team we work, we have a good network. So the validation process can be made easier and simpler and at a faster pace. As I have informed, like in Jal Jeevan Mission, KIT is also a partner, and the ministry wants these products to be immediately launched and be reached at the village level, Gram Panchayat level. So we really can do it at a faster pace with your association.
Thank you, Kamleshi. So I also, on behalf of organizing committee, thank you for your valuable time and very informative session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So we'll break for a short break for high tea, and after that we'll continue with the other talks. the participants are with us offline and also online. So moving next to the session, we have our third plenary talk by Dr. Sanjeev Kumar from Bharat Fair. So let me take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Sanjeev Kumar. Dr. Sanjeev Kumar is working as a manager in nanotechnology division in Bharat Forge. He is responsible for product development and actively works in the domain of alloys development for automotives. His area of interest lies, but not restricted to metallurgy, materials engineering, surface engineering, additive manufacturing, energy storage devices, catalysts for pharmaceuticals, etc. He holds doctorate from IIT Delhi and masters from IIT Roorkee. He has served as a faculty in Tech Chandigarh during 2013-14 and contributed to science solutions for R&D problems. He has also been working in collaboration and provided solution to BFAT Germany, Tesla USA, Stanford University USA, IIT Delhi, EFL since 2018. He has documented his research in international national journals and conference. He has filed 5 patents in Bharat Forge Limited so far. With this brief introduction, I would like to invite Dr. Sanjeev Kumar to deliver his talk.
It's not navigating. Fine. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And thanks, Dr. Pooja, for introducing me. And I'll start with this emerging technology for new development in the field of materials. So our theme is basically a little bit interdisciplinary towards, as most of the session were in the range of your water and energy. So I'll be taking it towards the environmental side. So whatever the projects and the things we are doing, it is promoting towards green energy and towards the clean environment. So to start with the outlines, I'll be giving just a brief introduction about our organization and what are the research projects we are working on, and highlighting the thematic projects, and followed by the conclusions. So about us, we are Kalyani Group and over the 3.4 billion USD, and we have manufacturing across the 20 globally locations. And currently we are having our R&D division in Pune and our manufacturing plants in more than 4 locations in India. So, and while talking about the various domains, we are working in the steels and core manufacturing, having the fingerprint technology and the entire range of manufacturing systems, auto systems, e-mobility systems, electronic infrastructure and space we are working in. And here we are basically associated with nanotechnology division, and where we are focusing towards lightweight alloys, catalyst, energy storage devices. While talking about the lightweight alloys, it is capturing basically the entire range of non-ferrous material, that is basically composite is coming into it. And towards the greener energy and the clean environment, so we are producing the alloys and composite that is basically promoting green environment. So there is a very less carbon emission into it, and while we are doing recycling, that is the process efficiency is quite higher. So while we talk about the catalyst, so we have developed the catalyst in-houses. Basically, those are we have facility to synthesize nanoparticles in-house. Those are basically used in the automotive industry while we talk about the catalytic converter. So there is the system where we can stop the emissions. Basically, we can control the emissions coming out of the automotive exhaust. So it is basically green energy where it is coming out. And we are developing catalyst for the pharmaceuticals, that is for API and formulations, and chemicals, paint industry, and for other various automotive applications. while talking about the energy storage devices, there is the huge scope when we talk about the electric vehicles nowadays or battery vehicles. So there is the lot of projects and a lot of opportunities where the projects can be carried out in the field towards the greener environment and to control the hazardous emissions, so that we can control the pollutions what are coming out of the various reactions it is happening. So we have technology to where we can control these such kind of emissions. And while we talk about the hydrogen fuel cells in that case, so we have catalyst and all those kind of things. So where we can promote again this greener environment. So in case of the lightweight alloys, there is the entire range of the various alloys. I'm not sure if you are aware of this kind of terminology since it is into materials and metallurgical things. And we have developed various structural parts which belongs to the automotive various engines and chassis parts. Those are basically lightweight structures, and those controls the basically increase the efficiency of the vehicles, and it reduce the carbon emissions where we can control the carbon footprints while it is coming out combustions is taking place into the vehicles and during the controlling the environment. So there is like battery case, alloy wheel, these all are the structural parts. And while we talk about the magnesium based alloys, so these alloys are quite like promoting the environment when we talk about it, because it is again very lighter than when you compare to the steel. So aluminum is the replacement of steel, you can say. And again, if we are coming towards the weight reduction, again, magnesium is the one of the like suitable candidate. Where we can save a lot of weight into it, and we can achieve the greener environment into it. So these alloys basically can be taken forward for various applications other than the automotive. It can be used for the pharma application, healthcare, where implants and all such kind of things can be carried out. And these implants or whatever the you can say healthcare applications. So we can use this material where second surgery is not required. So we can avoid second surgery, and being the biodegradable material, it can be used like one time, and until we get the healing of the airborne tissues, so it will dispose of like inside the body. So it is like quite biocompatible. And we have like coatings for the various tribological and the severe environment applications. And we are working on polymer composites, which are further like lightweight when compared to the metallic composites and alloys. So these are the polymer composites where we can use high temperature reinforcement, and we can use fiberglass as carbon fiber everyone is aware of, and Kevlar. These can be used for the various defense applications and structural, automotive and aerospace applications where we can control the weight of the entire system, and which can be used for the emissions, and so that we can move towards the greener environment basically. So coming towards the energy storage devices, so we have a technology to where we have improved the efficiency of these batteries. So since towards the battery electric vehicles, it can be used, and the efficiency of the battery can be improved by some means of nano coating basically. And these all are the like patented technology. So this is already commercialized at our end. And second is towards the energy storage devices, hydrogen fuel cells, where water is being used, and it is again promoting the green energy or clean energy basically. So here a lot of scope between the to control the weight of the entire system while we talk about the fuel cells, and a lot of technology inside it where the heart of the fuel cell is PEM membrane and all that. So at our nanotechnology division, we have this technology which are being commercialized from lab scale to the production or the pilot scale. While we talk about first one starting from this BS6 of catalytic converter, as I already explained, it is towards Euro 6 norms where we can control the harmful emission of this byproduct coming out of the engine exhaust, and followed by the pharmaceutical catalyst and hydrogen fuel cell, which is like energy storage devices. And while we talk about the automotive, electric vehicles, UPS, and marine, where battery plays a role, and we can control this all system into it. And while we talk about this waste to wealth system, so we are having a product lubricant which we are using our forging plant. So this is being recycled. We have technology to recycle it, and if we are planning for dispose it like put a extra cost to the company, and it is like quite not environment friendly while we are disposing it. So we have recycled it, and it can be reused and as a like a fresh lubricant into it. So this is like waste to wealth applications. And when we talk about the feedstock, this is again some polymer binder and kind of composites only. It can be used in the metal injection molding, some production scale facilities. There are the surface coatings which can reduce the lot of efforts, manpower efforts, and increase the productivity of the entire production. So there are the seed projects other than this which we have done for some textiles industry by providing the nano coating into it during this COVID kind of situations. So we have some coating technology where this antibacterial and antiviral coatings can be deposited on the for mask application basically, or some fabric which can be used for the automotive seats and vehicles and other cloth kind of industries. And we have some bio implant coating, as I already explained about some magnesium based bio implant. And then next is 3D printing using carbon fiber to give higher weight to higher strength to weight ratio. And next is like fabricated metal and ceramic feedstock, that is for metal injection molding, where we can in-house, we have different kind of recipe where we can play with the entire range depending on the what are the expectations from the customer or the other things we are looking into. So accordingly, it can be formulated and we can achieve the desired properties into it. And based on the thematic research, like development of the new lightweight alloys composite to reduce the carbon emissions and increase the mileage, and where we can promote the green environment into it. And in-house development of the biomedical products such as the bond cements, implants, screws, where we can avoid this second surgery. And we have achieved like very high mechanical strength. This is up to 100 to 200% of the some certain parameters. And we have some technology where we can like alter the recipe of the material as per the customer expectations. It can be something into thermal properties, or it can be electrical properties or mechanical properties. So those are the things you can fine tune. And targeted area is towards automotive, some power systems, healthcare, pharmaceuticals, and various like manufacturing technologies which we have towards casting, extrusion, and the forging. So basically, all the technologies we are developing in-house, promoting this Make in India concept and Atmanirbhar Bharat. And next is this catalytic converter. So this is again towards this automotive vehicles. So we can recycle the sludge, as I already mentioned, and which is under this waste to wealth and contributing towards pollution control. So these are the some process which we are having for coating the substrate, which is a certain part of our catalytic converter assembly. So it can be it can control the emissions of that byproduct which is coming out of exhaust. And this is again, as I told you, waste to wealth concept. So not taking more time, this is overall the various themes which we are working towards: healthcare, pharma applications, and electric vehicles, waste to wealth, energy storage. So most of these themes we are focusing towards greener energy and reducing the carbon footprints and for like clean environment and good futures. So this is all about, this was a little bit different from the water resources and all. I hope it has given a insight towards what are the things we are working on. So if something is there, then we can discuss about it, any queries or something. This is all summary of all the projects which I discussed about it. Thank you. Yeah, when we talk about this existing lead acid batteries, so and when we compare it with our technology, so there is like we have better efficiency, better starting conditions, and life of the battery is quite high. And when we the cost comparison, it is not even meeting whatever the existing is there. So it is slightly lesser than that. So at the lesser cost, you are getting better efficiency and like which can battery which you can operate it for longer life. Right. Yeah, we have basically fine-tuned it up to like slightly as compared to the existing battery. We have achieved better like properties when we compare to the while you talk about the negative temperature or very less temperature. So our battery is it can be operated to for like when we talk about marine applications or such kind of a maybe colder place. So it can operate up to there also, but not exactly into the very less side. But somewhat it can it is better than the existing one. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, lubricant sludge is basically when we are forging any component by forging process, we are using a lubricant. It is a like graphite based aqueous solution, so which we are applying to the dies on that upper and the lower dies since to take out the component out of it without any sticking. So once we spread it over it there, so its properties goes off because a lot of like under metric tons of load will be applied during the forging. So that can be that accumulated sludge we have to take out from the dies. So that we call it as a sludge. So that sludge cannot be as it is used. You cannot reuse it, and we have to hand over it to the government for disposal because there are like while during the disposing condition, lot of fumes are burning gases are coming out of it. Those are not like friendly with the environment. So we have recycled it by some process we have developed in-house, and while recycling it, so it can be reused as a like a fresh lubricant. So there it is giving like when we talk about in terms of cost, maybe some to 10 CR or something per annually we are saving, and what are the cost we are giving to government also we can save it. Most of the technologies are patented only. So thank you. Any questions? Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev, for a very wonderful session. And as a session chair, I thank all the speakers, Dr. Ajay Agarwal, Mr. Kamlesh, and Dr. Sanjeev, for all the informative talks related to water technologies and innovation in material science in the domain of different areas, including fuel cells, hydrogen, automatives. So thank you. So now I would request Harjot to take proceedings further for the next talk. Thank you so much, Pooja ma'am, for conducting such a streamlined plenary session. Now it's time to start with the presentation on CSI Technology Compendium. And for the same, I'm requesting Dr. Babin Kumar, Senior Principal Scientist, CSI Chandigarh, and Event Coordinator, ICEN-64, to set forth with the same. So we are a little bit in short of time, so it's a request.
Sorry. Presentation. Hello. So, good afternoon to all once again. I'm Dr. Bhavan Kumar, and as regards CSI Technology Compendium, let's take a look at my slides. These are the technologies that we have developed under the E3OW theme, and these technologies are open to be transferred to the industries. And this covers, of course, the water domain for which this whole event has been organized. And we will also showcase how to access the database, wherein you can know what technologies are available for the industries. Next, please. Sorry. So basically, these are the details. Okay, CSI established, and then there are number of labs which are engaged into research and development, and we are working under the ministry. And we have a lot of scientific staff engaged in doing this R&D. And now a lot of technology database has been developed and that has been archived and that is available for the further dissemination to the industry so that the complete, we can connect to the stakeholders and we can go to the end user through manufacturing of these technologies. Now, recently there has been a thematic approach wherein what we did is we basically structured the whole labs of 37 labs into themes. And these, one of the themes is E3OW theme. And I'll try to cut it short because we are short on time. So I'll cut my slides and move forward to the important contents. So, so basically, these are the research themes of CSIR, which includes aerospace, electronics and instrumentation, strategic sector, civil infrastructure and engineering. This is E3W that we are today, this event is conducted under which, and this is minerals, mining minerals, and so on, agri-nutri, bio, and healthcare, energy, and chemicals, petrochemicals. So under E3W, we have developed various technologies, and these are various different labs who are actually working in these areas. These are the various participating labs under various themes that you can see. Under E3W also there are various labs. And so all the technologies that we have developed that is backed nicely with all the R&D teams and ready to serve to the industry. And these are the specific water monitoring technologies that industries can come forward and they will get all handholding, technology, absorption process they'll go through so that they're able to manufacture these technologies. So we have one of the important technology that is fluoride detection system. In water, this is very, very important as per the BIS standards, WHO standards, more than 1 or 1.5 ppm. That is the minimum acceptable limit that is prescribed. So beyond which it is harmful and there is a health hazard. So fluorosis and all, there are a lot of health hazards that are associated with it. And there are states like, for example, Rajasthan and so, they are affected with fluoride contamination. So this is one of the technology that can detect the contamination in the water. And this can be converted into, this is also part of Jal Jeevan mission. This is one of the, this is a proven technology and this can be put on an online mode as well, IoT enabled. Similarly, we have nitrate detection system and most of these technology are also exhibited in the CSI technology pavilion that is displayed, outside in the pavilion, wherein these technologies can be seen how it works and what is the functionality. There is a, scientific staff there with whom you can interact. Then we have arsenic detection system. Basically, heavy metal ions detection, heavy metals, they are carcinogenic, and states like Northeast and West Bengal, they are highly contaminated with this kind of contamination. And CSIRO under CSIR has come up with a very portable, handy technology which can be used for detecting the arsenic. More than 10 ppb, it is health hazardous and it's a prescribed limit. So this is one of the technology for the offering. We have integrated system wherein we can combine this fluoride, nitrate, and arsenic together. And please note that most of these technologies are proof of concept and lab scale, meaning that when we transfer it to industry, it may undergo through a lot of design. Okay, and that gets some adaptation in terms of the market-driven changes, adaptation in terms of the user-driven changes. So based upon your feedback and all those, we can work further and make it market-ready and deployable. So, but scientifically they are proven. So once that is done, proof of concept is done, lab scale, going to the field scale is just a very small journey, 3-6 months or maybe up to 12 months. So they will be ready like that. Similarly, we have another CSI's technology, colorimetry based test kits. So these test kits, as you can see, are very, very handy, and these are field testing kits. And even in the Jal Jeevan mission or most of the CPCB, and most of the states, they are using this kind of test kit, and these are all indigenous. Please note that all these technologies that we are discussing here are the indigenous technology developed by our own scientists and at CSI Chandigarh. Some of the technologies are developed by some other labs. I think that you will take note of while I present it. So this is colorimetric testing kits. Again, it is a portable colorimeter for heavy metal ions and residual chlorine. And this the good part of all these technologies, whether this technology or other I am showing you, they can be upscaled. They can be upscaled in terms of the parameter. They can be upscaled in terms of the range, resolution, and sensitivity. Because once we have the proof of concept lab scale level, this can be further upscaled in terms of attributes or in terms of the specifications. Now, these are the CSI's technology which we have taken up in the Jal Jeevan mission, and where you can see that all these Jal Jeevan mission project, we will be actually utilizing the indigenous technology by the end of the phase 2, because while I present my Jal Jeevan mission in the industry summit, you will come to know, by the end of phase 2, there are 2 phases to the Jal Jeevan mission. By the end of phase 2, we'll be almost reaching more than 90%, more than 80% indigenization of the technology. In the first phase, we are customizing some of the off-the-shelf available technologies. We are also doing into some kind of R&D into it. We are making it IoT enabled. We are customizing it to the Jal Jeevan mission requirements and to the state-specific requirement, field deployable requirements. All those adaptations, these technologies are going through. So here you can see we have all these kind of technology components that are required in the Jal Jeevan mission. For example, the sensors, systems, IoT, cloud data analytics, and dashboard. So all, for example, you can see here GIS-based data dashboard visualization is there, which is risk finance software. One of the very, very good product of the CSI is risk finance software, which is very, very useful for the various water distribution authorities and bodies in the rural and urban sectors. So this risk finance software is also a part of the Jal Jeevan mission component for the dashboard. And we have all these, then this is one of the technology developed by one of our labs. And we have consortium of Jal Jeevan mission. So this is one of the CSI technology in the Jal Jeevan mission from the CSI, wherein this is integrated unit. Also is displayed in the exhibition, this technology, CSI technology compendium. And this is mobile-based, what you can watch, all those parameters. These are all indigenous parameters. Then to power up all these technologies, we have our own solar tree. And this we have designed our own indigenous solar tree that is also a part of Jal Jeevan mission. Then we have some of the other technologies like optical liquid switch to detect the levels in the service reservoirs or in the source sustainability or service reservoirs or tube wells or wells, you can say. And this is a miniaturized signal conditioning system for the pH and TDS. And we have our own CSI Sagita cloud, which is used in the Jal Jeevan mission. So basically, as I was telling, 4 key technology components of the Jal Jeevan missions are sensor, IoT, cloud data analytics, and dashboard visualization. So all are indigenously done here. This is the nitrate detection system. Okay, these are again a lot of technologies from NERI and all. These are online access. You can access the data online. Systematic data generation framework for water distribution system. This is also available. Then we have risk finite, as I talked already. These are the contact details. Thank you so much. And now I will invite Dr. Agarwal. He will just spend a few minutes to let you know, because all this information that I showed you, because slides are with me. Once the event is over, you are always welcome to contact and we'll keep in touch. But this is a website dedicatedly meant to keep you in touch, and at your own ease, at your own time, convenient time, you can access those CSI technology compendium. And this is a mammoth task and wonderful task that CSI team has done at the CSI headquarters. So Dr. Agarwal is representing CSI headquarters from the TMD, and he will just throw some light on that. Dr. Agarwal, please. Thank you.
कॉपी करके उसमें ब्राउजर में डाल
वहीं जाना
शेयर करना है it's okay. It's okay. It is good. It's working. Eh?
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening once again. As Dr. Baban said, this is the online portal where we have all the water related technology developed at CSI. So this database is a searchable database. We have the different we can search, browse all one by one, or you can browse by the laboratory, or this can be browsed by the TRL level. So any way you can, for example, you want to go by the laboratory wise. So here are the list of laboratories that you can for example, is MP is in Bhopal, and they have a technology on nano alumni adsorbent based water filter for arsenic and fluoride removal. So that way you can browse all these things along, or you can specifically select the labs here. Right. So this way you can browse each and every technology available in the CSI. So there are around as I said 69 or 70 technologies available. So I would request all please visit this database, this portal on website. It is called www.nirbase.anusandhan.net. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for the session full of valuable knowledge. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Sudhir Kumar Reddy from Analytic Jina, who is an application and product specialist in spectroscopy, to deliver his expert talk on topic advancements in water quality analytical instrumentation. So we are a little bit in short of time, so kindly please cut short it to 5 minutes. 5 to 7 minutes. Please. Sir, have you handed over your presentation? Yeah.
Where's your presentation?
उसमें folder में.
Which folder? Which folder? Folder.
Folder.
For now, I please may hand over the charge of the event to Dr. Suman Singh, Senior Principal Scientist and HOD MSSC, CSI Chandigarh, to start with the session of panel discussions with various esteemed personalities as panelists. Suman ma'am, please.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Welcome once again in the panel discussion. We will be going for panel discussion, and before starting that, I would request the panelists to join us on the stage. Mr. Ravinder Sevak is Mr. Sevak, are you online? Then Mr. Prashant Thakkar, Mr. Girish, Mr. Arvind, Arvind is Mr. Arvind, yeah. Dr. Pawan from NIRI, I think he is online. Dr. Shobhit, again he is online. And Dr. Divya, she is also online. Thank you, panelists, for joining us on the stage. Before going to the panel discussion, let's have a small introduction for our panelists. Mr. Ravinder Sevak, he is Country Director of Safe Water Network.
Namaskar.
And he has facilitated 350 gel stations and we can call water ATMs in India. And these are quite affordable. Safe water access to 1.3 million people have also been provided through his company. Safe Water Network India assisted the government in developing the national policy of Har Ghar Jal and Amrit 2.0 on providing water to each rural and urban household. As a sustainability director at PepsiCo, Mr. Ravi has led many water-related programs, and he is the instrumental in introducing IoT-based remote monitoring system, automatic dispensing, digital payments, and digital training. He is also a member of the Bureau of Indian Standards Committee for developing water and water treatment systems, with a vision to help create healthier and happier India, where every single Indian always have access to the safe drinking water. Welcome, sir. Then we have Mr. Prashant Thakkar, who is a managing director at Potence Controls Private Limited, and the company is involved in design and manufacturing and integration of online water quality analyzers. He is basically an instrumentation engineer and has about 20 years of experience in real-time water analysis. His expertise in this domain has helped in the development of different technologies of water analytics, instrumentation. Some of them have been benchmarked in the local country as well. Then we have Mr. Girish. He is a co-founder and director of Exozen Private Limited, and it's a Bangalore-based startup company started in 2018. The company encompasses the technology enabled with IoT, Myred sustainability solutions, and other business processes. This team of young startup also works on the development of electronic electronic hardware and software solutions for in-house under Make in India flagship, which is the highly required at this moment. Then Mr. Arvind Dixit, he is the CEO and Director of Advanced Technology Group, in short, ATEC India. And he has about 18 years of experience in core electronics design and development. His company is basically into electronic product designing, and they are associated with other government agencies like railways and DRDOs also, with a full-fledged research and development manufacturing supports all across the India. He is an active member of various business firms like CII, FICCI, and other business chambers. Then we have Dr. Pawan. He is the Chief Principal Scientist and he is heading Water Technology and Management Division at CSIR NIRI. He is also a chairman of BIS Committee for Point of Use Water Purification System, and at the same time is the head of WHO Collaborating Centers for Water and Sanitization and is a member of WHO IAC. He has received number of awards to his credit for working on solar energy based devices or the technologies. And he has been the awarded with Jal Nirmalta Award for 2016 and 17. Then we have Dr. Shobhit Singh Chohan. He is a principal scientist at CSIR Central Salt and Marine Chemicals Research Institute. He is actively involved in prototype developments and groundwater level sensors, automated RO plants, automated solar still for water distillation, among many others. He has number of patents and publications to his credit and is honored with the certification of appreciation for repairs of powder XRD diffraction goniometer. And with respect to water technologies, at present, he is working on demonstration and deployment of IoT-enabled off-the-shelf or indigenous sensor system to measure and monitor water quality, quantity, regularity of water service delivery at selected pilot routes. Dr. Divya Chohan from Jal Jeevan Mission office. And she is a water quality expert in this ministry. And as an expert, she looks after the water quality issues and their management in rural India. She helps in providing field testing kits for households so that they can test their own water quality by themselves. With this introduction of panelists, let's start this panel discussion. And the motive behind this panel discussion is to have exchange of ideas among panelists and audiences. And the topic is related to everyone whosoever is present here. So I am very sure that we will be able to connect with the discussions. And the topic is advancements in water quality monitoring management and future roadmap. Opportunities for academia, researchers, industries, and government. Welcome you all. Now we shall start this panel discussion. This mic is working. Hello. Am I audible to the online participants? Are we audible to the participants?
Yes, yes, we can listen.
Yeah.
No, we can't listen, Dr. Sewak.
Hear me?
Could you unmute yourself?
Unmuted. I have.
No. Hearing to be fine.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Okay. So my request is that I have an international call within next 5 minutes. So I have requested my technical director, Mr. Prabhat Saxena, who is a MTech from IIT, and he has developed IoT-based systems for us. So I will ask him to participate in this discussion. My apology, personal apology, in fact, because there was an international event and this event got delayed. However, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity, CSIR, Sumanji, Pawanji, and all of you. We are very, very grateful.
Thank you, sir, for being with us, and we highly appreciate your time. Thank you. So, very first question, we will start from your side or your technical that can help. As we know that monitoring the water quality is an international importance subject, and it is as per the sustainability development goals also, where we want Jal Har Ghar as well as some water quality water to everyone. So, but as far as some worldwide fund for nature report, which was published in 2020, India is among one of the dominating countries where it is facing overall water risk. So in this context, sir, we would like to know how far we are from this goal of sustainability and what are the technical changes being faced to make this objective successful.
Thank you for this question and giving me the opportunity to speak first, Dr. Suman. In fact, I have traveled to more than 20 states in India and about 5 or 6 countries with regard to water and water quality issues, apart from handling water quality for about 33 plants in PepsiCo. So our experience has been that intent is never the problem, because when you go to various states, all the senior officials as well as the people are very intent on giving good quality water to the people. I have gone to a state where they have centralized very huge water treatment plants. The water is then distributed to 200-kilometer radius. And there, what we have found that even though 1 ppm was the chlorine at the treatment plant, unfortunately, when it went to the target villages or the homes, we found the chlorine residue to be almost zero. Similar is the case with the online monitoring and requirement. One engineer in chief of the state, he was showing his 7,000 tests a day, which were identical to what he had asked his team to maintain for the water quality. And he said it is physically impossible for anybody to maintain such water quality across the state. But because I am the boss and I have asked for this, it is mandatory for everybody to report me back the same figure. And this we had spoken 2016. And from then on, we started working on the online monitoring systems for water quality. And we have been doing online monitoring of over 350 stations since 2010. Essentially, we do the TDS and pH in water quality and water flow and other characteristics in the technical pressure, etc. we measure. But especially on water piping, which is going to each home, we even measured that if we did 1 ppm of chlorine at overhead tank, eventually when it reached the first home, it was 0.66 ppm, and for the last home, it was only 0.35 ppm, which means there is a chlorine decay even during the distribution pipeline. Why is it so? Because the pipelines have contamination, and they in turn degrade the water quality. Cities like Hyderabad has over 10,000 kilometers of piping. Delhi, 14 to 15,000 kilometers of piping, and some of them are more than 100 years old. So it is mandatory that at the point of use, we start measuring water quality, and there is nothing better than IoT-based systems. And we have experience of that in the field, and we have also provided the assistance to Government of Karnataka in putting up some remote monitoring systems of 200 stations out of their 18,000 stations, and they may be considering further expanding the IoT-based monitoring systems. And in this journey of quality, we believe it would be very good to start monitoring as MOJS, Ministry of Jal Shakti, is already working upon and doing. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And as per your concluding remarks, I think Mr. Prashant can help us to enlighten more, because you are, sir, as far as we know, you are working on the online water quality analysis. So I wanted to know what is the acceptability range, or what is the percentage usage of your online monitoring systems in the pipelines in the network form.
Thank you, Dr. Sumansi, for the opportunity. Thanks, CSI, Jal Jeevan Mission, and thank you very much for this forum. The question comes in, I was doing some number crunching before coming over. Jal Jeevan's technical expert committee, we have done some data and research on the water supply monitoring to rural areas. I went through that, and in that the emphasis correctly put it about the chlorine, turbidity, pH, and connectivity being the main online monitoring things. But if you look at the quantum, which was specified by the If you look at the quantum which was specified, the major focus was on training people on the FT case, the field test case. There was a lot of emphasis on online monitoring per se, though they are emphasized, but the numbers were not So which is the need of the hour. So if you look at percentage wise, or if you're asking, it could be very minimum. There's a lot of scope to go forward. Second thing which I would like to stress here is there is an urgent and pressing need for indigenous manufacturing of these online water quality sensing technologies, which CSIR probably has been working hard on, and that's why probably we all are here to work as a industry support to CSIR to get these online sensing technologies off the lab, put it on the field into the Jal Jeevan mission, so that we can have an incremental number of online monitoring systems in place. Just to add a little bit, there are around 7.5 lakh villages which they stressed in the report. If I look at 7.5 lakhs into the 4 parameters which they are going to monitor, we are talking of 30 lakh sensing sensors to be implemented in the field. Now, definitely they are not there right now. Okay, what I saw was hardly a few thousand implemented cases. I have my revert friend from Exozen here with whom we have worked in the past, wherein they have done some IoT technologies along with online, but that's been very scant. Few and far fetched. There's a lot of scope still available. We are talking of, as I said, 30 lakh sensors to be put in commercial mode in the field. If I look at again numbers in terms of USD million, if we manufacture these sensors locally over here, we can clearly envisage a saving of at least a USD 150 per sensor if manufactured here. And if I multiply those numbers, it goes to 450 million USD. Now, this sensing technology markets, which I'm talking only about the drinking water related to Jal Jeevan. There's the wastewater market, there's the industrial market. So there's huge scope for online monitoring, and it would be a good opportunity for the Indian diaspora or the Indian industry to come forward, work hand in hand with CSIR or other developing institutes to put more and more of indigenous water quality monitoring systems in place. Given this forum, I would also like to stress one more important point. Maybe we are short of time, but that's very important. The point is that we need to, we have been fed on Western technologies up to so much extent in instrumentation and online monitoring systems that the general tendency is, भाई ये foreign है तो अच्छा है, ये देसी है तो जरा check करो. Okay, but I think it is high time now. We have said Mangalyaan. Okay, we have done so many other things. We have said Mangalyaan at the cost of an auto rickshaw fare, and a successful one at that. So I think there is no rocket science. It's not a rocket science developing indigenous water quality sensors here. Okay, and believe me, and we have done it for the analyzers. So if someone wants to check out our product line, we've done it for water quality analysis. They are at par with most of the foreign brands, and they are being very well received. The industry is receiving it very well, and I would like to stress the most important part today for us is to wake up, instill a belief in ourselves, a confidence in ourselves that our products, we can make great products technologically, aesthetically, and economically. So there's huge scope, per se, your question coming back, there's huge scope. We are hardly at 2 or 3% right now in online monitoring. There's a lot to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And as you said that it's very human nature that imported item is of high quality, and it is present in every particle. This feeling we can say is present in every particle. In that case, taking this point, I think I would like to ask Mr. Arvind that since you are having a vast experience in this design and development of various devices or technologies. So, what revolution you have seen over the ages in the area of sensors in any form?
Thank you. Thank you. And really, this is a very important aspect, not only in the form of what is the business size, because as a business, how the business we see towards.
but it is also about humanitarian, about nationalist, the way we are going to produce technology which is going to be used in another country in a vast level. That is very important. And as other panelists here, it is hardly 0.1% or 1% which has been done till today. It is still a very open market, and believe me, since I am hearing a lot of views from other, I believe the very important part is that we are able to manufacture good quality sensor here in India. This is going to be a totally revolutionized way of doing things. At present, we are buying sensors from outside, we are integrating, we are preparing a solution. But I feel designing of low-cost sensors, good quality sensors. Believe me, the way urbanization is happening, the way villagers are getting more knowledgeable and informative. Look at the Chandigarh itself. We have urbanization is taking place on all the places. And there are times when there is no power, water supply from the authenticated source. People are doing borewell and taking water outside, and believe me, lot of waterborne diseases are going to be there. So this is going to be just like if you have a water purifier at your home, but you don't check whether the purifier is doing a good job or not. So similarly, you can see there will be home where there will be IoT-based sensors, and they will alert the users this is going to happen. Recently, I got a case study. There is a big company in Mohali, Quark City. They manufacture, they design a lot of flats and household items. Most of the foreigners stay there, and they force them. I want an air quality and water quality system to be installed in my society, and there should be a mobile app where whether when we enter into our society and when we leave our society, we want to see what is the quality. They force them, and then these guys put all the equipments there to ensure that the water quality and air quality and other environmental parameters are in tune or not. So believe me, it is not too far. We will find the way we are using mobile phone, cloud, or Netflix. Same way we are going to use IoT-based sensors for our usage as well as for the larger usage. And I believe this is really a big scope for Indian entrepreneurs to jump into this market, to utilize this as fast as possible. Of course, Jan Sansadhan Mission is trying to go for panchayat and for rural areas. But a lot of semi-urban areas are also looking for this kind of solution. So I believe there is a huge potential for entrepreneurs to move into this domain and try to have local Indianized sensor-based solution. IoT is not a too far product. It is going to be a very common kind of solution. So this is what is my say for sensor-based IoT automation for water quality is really going to be a boom product. And we must get collaborated with good manufacturers, good research centers who can take this forward.
Thank you, Dikshitji. But again, these advancements you have been talking, yes, I'm sure in the near future we will be seeing this. But for urban cities or urban part, it is fine. But what do you think? What will how this will be done to the rural sectors where there are no infrastructures still as on date? So, do you think we will be facing challenges at rural levels?
No, madam. It is our myth that rural is getting displaced because of the shortage of the infrastructure or something. When you go to any rural area, you will find good class panchayat bhavans are there, good Wi-Fi connectivity is there, good fiber optics has already reached over there. Only thing is they need to sensitize by putting this one. A lot of NGOs, lot of CSR funds are going to be there. It depends only the authorities how they utilize the CSR funds, how do they utilize community investments. If they utilize it, but if they are sensitized properly, if they are not sensitized, if they do not know what they are drinking is good or bad, nobody can be interested. So we need to see how best we can sensitize people to have their own resources, corporate social responsibility resources, government resources, and to ensure that a small water quality treatment is there nearby areas so that they can take it forward. So I believe that ruralization, there are a lot of companies who are doing business in rural. And every company, I'm not saying few companies, there are many companies who are doing wonderful business in rural areas.
So to add to that, so far we have done 22 about rural water management and the Jal mission for 22 villages. So all these villages are rural and remote tribal villages. There, getting a power connection is, there are houses which do not have power connection, but still we have the sensors working. We have used solar energy, battery operated solar energy, and use the sensors. The data we get from the sensor, even the cellular connectivity is not there. We use sub-gigahertz RF technology to collect the data. At least 1 location, definitely there will be a cellular network, our signal share. So it doesn't matter whether it is rural or urban, because we can go with solar power.
Yeah, thank you for adding this. But as a young company, I have a question for you. That what can be the opportunities and expectations for of any young startups company from academic research and government agencies for this in the area of water quality with technological interventions?
So as a startup company or entrepreneurs, what we need from the government is the financial support, because India doesn't like the talent pool. It is the financial support and the opportunity to showcase their talent or skills. So for that area, of course, there are a lot of government schemes, but still the opportunities are wider. There's a very good opportunity. Only thing is it reaching out to the right audience? Well, not many government schemes are being, not everybody is aware about the government schemes. So that is one thing which institute should focus on, helping your fresh company.
I had to.
Yes.
Yeah, as Girishji correctly put it, I just add a couple of words. I thought I should bring this since this would be a forum where probably should be taken up and discussed further on and worked upon. So as Girish just correctly put it, there should be a forum, a platform, which creates a synergy between the projects, ongoing government projects that are there, and the need of the products in those projects. Let's say water quality. The need of the government for those products, that's one. The institute, that's the second one, which should be synergized. And third is the industry, who is willing to commercialize those products. The institute can give the R&D or be the backbone or support vis-a-vis, the design and technology. The government needs a product and the industry is willing to give it. But as of late, believe me, it's tough to identify me, myself as an entrepreneur in the industry. It's really, I want to manufacture something of a specific technology. I have to run pillar from post, pillar to post, or search for information on how I can get this done. So as Girish put it, probably today we saw one pamphlet moving on called Prism, which is a synergy and inviting the industry to connect with the institutes, and so that forum is needed. That's very important. The second thing which you're asking about, what an industry or a new industry would look at, we would look at the talent is there. So what we need is, if in the educational syllabus we can, apart from giving only technical information or knowledge or breeding out engineers who are technically strong, sense needs to be cultivated for creativity, innovation, some kind of subjects which could prompt them to be more innovative, more creative, and go towards the manufacturing, something like that. So that really adds value when we recruit some.
Yes, sir. And for that purpose, research institutes are there where they do basic research work at least, and they bring up to the level of proof of concept, and then comes the role of industry to take it forward. But yes, I agree that very frequent interactions with the industry representatives, users, as well as the developers, I think they can speed up the process of taking the material actually to the ground level or to the field testing. So now moving ahead, I think we would like to have a comments from our online panelists. Mr. Thakkar was talking about field testing kits. So, Dr. Divya, I would like to have your comments. Are you there?
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Yes.
So, Dr. Divya, as far as we understand that you are closely related to the this water management with the rural sector. So, I would like to know, or we would like to have a discussion on the acceptability and willingness of for various testing kits by rural households specifically, and because generally it is difficult to convince them, or you can say they are reluctant to use any technology-driven things in their routine life, as they don't want any complications. So, what are these? That reason can be due to price associated with or lack of the infrastructures. So, can you comment upon this field testing kits? How they can be motivated to use them very often?
Government of India, DDWS, actually has a partnership with Invest India DPIIT and has launched one innovation challenge to develop portable devices for water quality testing. So initially, we had received around 37 startup application. So, and after that three round evaluation, we have shortlisted 9 companies. And we have some criteria like we know we need to target rural households, so we need to make the things like the field kits easy to handle and less operation and maintenance system. So we shortlisted like around 8 to 10 parameters which can be covered by a field test kit, and it should be like easy to handle, which is a main key of those things. And over there on 9 companies, we are in like 2 are in the final phase and the rest are under evaluation. So we are in planning to just procure all the field kits over there and gem portal so that everyone can reach out for those kit and test out their water.
Okay. Thank you, Divya. And as far in this forum also and otherwise also generally research institutes, academics, industries, they are the part of any project. But with the discussion, I think there is a role of NGOs also to sensitize the people about these different technological interventions. So I think from next time or anywhere we get the opportunity, we should involve more NGOs. Dr. Divya, are you saying something? Okay. Dr. Pawan, are you there? Dr. Pawan, can we have you for your views? Okay, Dr. Shobhit. Dr. Shobhit, are you with us?
Hello.
Yes, yes, you are audible. Is this Dr. Shobhit? Yeah, Dr. Shobhit, I have a question related to IoT-enabled sensors, as you are instrumental and you are actively involved in development of IoT-enabled sensor systems, specifically for real-time monitoring, which is the need of the hour, as mentioned by Safe Water also. So in this regard, what can be the role of industries, specifically software companies, and how often we get interest from software industries that they can collaborate with us for the IoT-based technologies?
Very good evening. As one of the panelists said, that the acceptability of the Make in India products is a big challenge. So actually, maybe with the passage of time, we'll have to change our mindset that the things made in India are also very good. As regards to, the interface of this hardware with the software component, like many players are there in the market. But as regards the water quality, there are only few, the developers or the companies, those offer solutions with respect to the water quality as well as the quantity. So I think we need to sensitize the maybe industry, or maybe we'll have to partner with more industries so that we can come up with a lot of innovative solutions and which can last longer in the market.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Shobhit. I have a question to all the industries, panelists from the industry. Generally, we face the problem as a researcher, we face the problem to attract industries. So, because we don't know what industries expect from us. So, could you please comment on that what industries actually look for any product or for collaborating anything? Because many times there is a delay, industries are not interested. Once they come, twice they come, and then this frequency changes, it becomes less. So as a researcher, do you also face problem in convincing the industries? At the same time, this can be the case when we have developed the product and then we are moving to the industry. But reverse also, industries they come for their collaborative project or any requirement, but after a few visits they stop coming. So can you please all of you, this question is from all of you, that what industries look for and how these barriers can be overcome?
Yeah, this is really a very important question. So I back with this opportunity to answer this question. Normally, all industrialists are passionate people and they want to deliver very fast. That is the problem that is generic to them. That we people do not want to waste even a single minute of our daytime. On one side we are eating, and the other side we are thinking, and other side we are doing business. So most of the time, entrepreneurs who are passionate, they want to deliver fast. They are not so. And sometimes what happens, please don't mind me, and sir, you also, because you hold a very important position in CSIR. Important thing is CSIR or any research organization or any industry need to see if they are trying to design a product, is it going to be one or two steps ahead of what is being available from China market or German market. If you are going to give me a same product which is available in Chinese market at an X price and your product is at Y price, I will come to you, you will say, we'll test it, it is a government organization, it will take time, and then the people don't have time to do all that. And then they jump to the China market, go to Alibaba, buy the product and just close the case. Or similarly for German. So this is a very sensitive question. We should use our Make in India product. Our preference is to make in India product. Our preference is whatever industry input I can give it to the research organization, I must give it. But at the same time, you need to think beyond what is going to be delivered. That is one thing. And second thing is, this is a question which is for you, sir. Technology transfer. You say TOT, technology transfer, we will be of this price. So you charge an X price. If I say because in India, the problem is of volume. In India, the problem is not of variety. It is a question of volume. If I'm not able to sell 5,000 numbers, and if I buy a technology from a CSIR or any, and don't take it otherwise, CSIR or any IIT or any other thing, I don't see there is a meaning to what I'm going to buy as a technology. And then technology is not one-time buying. It is continuously adding layers into that. So if the process is made simpler, the people, instead of giving technology to one company, you sell your TOT to 10 companies and then make your margin instead of making one company and you're saying it 10 lakh rupees. I said, yeah, 10 lakh rupees, if I'm going to give it to X organization, in 10 lakh rupees, I will buy 10,000 sensors and I will close my projects and move further. But every Indian industry is passionate. I believe so, and they are going to contribute to our Make in India. That is our first preference. But the only thing is, you need to race up with the industrialists. You do not think them as a vendor. You do not think them as a customer. You need to think them, okay, these are our partners and they need to be, their deadline, timeline need to be respected. If it is happening, I believe people will line up outside the CSIR. Not one, there are many industrialists like all of us who could be in line to get appointment from you. So this is a small input from my side. I can't say about other panelists, but this is what I think about technology transfer or taking a fast road ahead. That is what is my point.
Actually, ground scenario is different from what simulated in the lab.
So because we have to give the customer 1 year installation of warranty period and 4 years EICS. So total 5 years you have to maintain. Instead, if I am not supporting Chinese market or product, at 30% of the price, if I get a Chinese product, after 1 year if it is faulty, I'll throw it and I'll replace it with a new one. But here, one is also customer, the will ask for the reliability and durability. So reliability and durability comes over a period of field tests when straight away from the lab if I install. There could be a lot of other scenarios we wouldn't have simulated or considered in the lab test. But in the site, the conditions are different. So in that case, I am as a manufacturer or a producer, we are answerable to the end user. So that is one of the reasons why maybe people industries are not.
Anyone anyone from online, specifically from Say Quarter? Your comments?
I would like to mention that while the points made by all the other panelists are very valid, the other requirement, as has been mentioned, is of the volumes. So one thing is to create a volumetric purchase wherein either it's a single tender or a tender by the utility, which requires a large number of sensors with maybe guarantees over a couple of years or a staggered supply. That will help the industry to come up when the demand is there on a sustainable basis. And that is what can do wonders.
Yeah, thank you, sir. True. Volume plays important when industry interest is there.
So I completely agree with Mr. Saxena. Why does an industry come to an institute? I mean, if we tackle that problem statement first, the reason being very simple. They want to make it here, made in India. That's one thing. Second, definitely they are looking at profits. No one is coming here for just that I'm a patriot. That's fine. I'm a patriot. I need that. That's fine. But plus the profits have to follow. How can that happen is by having large scale volumes or having enough commercialization of that specific product, number one. Number two is if that specific technology can be well protected or there could be some purchase agreements, CSI is under the ministry, they could have a cloud wherein a specific product line could be percolated through various projects in the government. Say, Jal Jeevan Mission. If I come to you and buy a specific technology from you, I have an assurance that since this is evaluated, tested, and approved by Jal Jeevan Mission, you manufacture, Jal Jeevan Mission will buy it. I'll be here tomorrow morning at your doorstep. Okay, so there need to be some assurances also of the commercialization of volumes and of course the margins. Margins we predict we could manage India, we have some edge over other countries per se on overheads and labors and other things. But this is what matters. So if we can address these problems fairly, it could be there. One more thing is the IP rights. I come across different industries, different institutes I am speaking to. They mentioned that despite transfer of technology or despite this, there are a lot of IP right issues which the institute wants to keep. Some other third-party people involved in that. They want the IP rights. The industry has the IP rights. Who's going to manufacture these fans? So there is some protection in the sense of an IP right. If the project is being funded from inside or if you are incubated, then the IP right should be protected if the industry has invested in manufacturing. If that can be done, they have a 5-year, 7-year contract that no other competition will come into picture and you could have some assurances from the government or something. Then I think as Girish correctly put it, that government support has to be there for getting this off the pedal, the initial So, gravitational pull from that side has to be, that trust has to come from somewhere from the government. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, all of you, for having a wonderful suggestions and input. One thing is very sure that we all want safe water in our taps, and we will be very soon having this quality water in our taps. But to make it happen, we need industry participation, fund support from government, NGOs or other models to sensitize. But at the same time, what I could conclude from this session is that industries are looking for the volume and as well as quality with fast response from any whosoever collaborating agencies. But at the same time, government organizations have their own rules and regulations. So considering all the rules and regulations and active participation of industries as well as NGOs, I'm sure this advanced technological interventions for water quality is not a very far road. Very soon we will be able to. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all those virtual guests, online guests. Thank you for being with us. And thank you, all of you, Mr. Girish.
I have one more point before we close up. When we plan to design a product, I know that there must be a forum who gets input from different sectors. Okay, what this product feature should be. I feel it is very important to invite different industry stakeholders who are expert into finding, okay, what is available in the market, what will be available after 5 years, what is going to be layer from that. And I believe that is where we will come to know, okay, the price is going to be this, your features are going to be this, your upgradations, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, my product phase cycle would be like this. And I feel then industry's confidence into research organization will be much more better if they are involved at the time of when you are trying to design a project or something. Then our confidence on this product is going to be hit. This product is going to be a market ruler. So you need to think from privatization side instead of thinking from CSIR or government funding or something. So that is where you need to think from the other side also.
They are in our shoes.
Yes, I think then the product designing will be faster. In that you're talking about fund, I said there are many small industries who are ready to fund, but they want to know, okay, what is going to be my profit out of the product is good design. And I feel this is not going to be at the ground root level. This has to come from the top, and that is why you are sitting over there. And I feel this sentiments and information. This sentiment and information must be shared so that the whole scenario gets sensitized. First of all, we get sensitized, then we are going to talk to the villagers or panchayat and other people to sensitize. So everybody needs sensitization. Please.
Yes, now we have reversed the trend and we are following this one.
I know.
Yeah, I have one query for the audience.
Yeah, my name is Arun. I'll take a minute. Everybody was talking about research and getting the product from China, all these things. My suggestion to research institution is that let us go for responsible research. Responsible research, which our panelist has already put up those points. And let us stop, if you take my suggestion, let us stop NC research. I hope you can understand NC. No cost, no commitment, research should be stopped. And let us do responsible research. If we do responsible research, all the industry, everybody will get connected and they will know about it. And basically, I am from industry, but still I say that chicken and egg story should be stopped. Yes. Chicken and egg story should be stopped. You are saying that they are not doing research or they are doing research, you are not taking. So this we have to also take our forward step ahead and let us start a very beautiful, very small thing. Let us try and try to make it Atmanirbhar India. Atmanirbhar India is only possible if we all will unite, whether it is industry, whether it is academia, whether it is research.
whether it is anybody, any normal person. So this is my suggestion to industry, to research organization, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, we would like to wind up this session. Yeah. Thank
Can
you.
I say one thing quickly? Shobhit from Bhavanagar.
So, yeah, Dr. Shobhit?
Can I say something just 2 minutes?
Yes, yes, please.
So like the water now the most sought after commodity. So the quality and quantity is going to matter much, and the the government mammoth task of providing this good quality and quantity of water to its population through Jal Jeevan Mission. We see a lot of scope in the partnership between the CSIR and the private industries. And very soon, I mean, the industries will see that we are going to come up with a lot of technology transfers, or maybe some product deployments. The scope and the the availability of the technologies from the CSR labs is going to be very much open to these vendors. So I think we should end this session with a very positive note that we will be seeing very bright future for India with Make in India products. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Shobhit. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Sure.
Ready? Is your presentation ready now? Now it's time to invite Mr. Reddy from Analytic Gina to deliver his expert talk on the topic Advancements in Water Quality Analytical Instrumentation. Mr. Reddy, please.
So, good evening, everyone. Myself, Siddhi Reddy from Analytic Gina. I'm here to give analytical instrumentation for water quality measurements and environment parameter measurements. Just a brief introduction about our company. Analytic Ina, we are based in out of a German town called Ina, Germany. So currently we are part of Anderson Hauser, process automation industry leader, for providing sensors for flow measurement, level measurements, and all kind of industry sensors. So we're directly represented in around 15 countries through our subsidiaries. Analytica is one of the red subsidiaries of Analytica Germany. So we have two product segmentations in our products, chemical analysis and life science. In the chemical analysis, we have molecular spectroscopy, visible, some parameters for TOC analyzers and AOX analysis, elemental analysis for carbon, sulfur, and nitrogen analysis, atomic spectroscopy for AS, ICQS, and ICP-MS, and sample preparation units for preparation of samples for all these technologies that we have mentioned here. Apart from that, we have life science instrumentation division in which we have PCRs, gel documentations, liquid handling systems, and automation systems for life science parameter measurements. So why we are presenting our products here? Because one of the key parameter of toxic substances presence as well. So there are 5 segments in the drinking water specification as per the IS 10500/2012. So organoleptic and physical parameters are for color, odor, pH, taste, and turbidity. General parameter concerning the substance that are desired as carcinogenic or undesirable. These are aluminum, barium, boron, and this kind of elemental contents. Apart from that, we have detergents, mineral oils, and total hardness. These are to be measured before certified for drinking water. So this is a key parameter that should be taken into consideration for drinking water or tap water consumption. Apart from that, we have parameters for toxic substances like
cadmium, arsenic, chromium, and lead. So there are other parameters for radiological substance like alpha and beta emitters. And apart from that, there is a final and less interesting or less focused topic is the bacteriological and virological contamination, because we have come a long way through the phase of COVID. So virus and bacterial detection is also a concern in this current scenario of water. So atomic absorption spectroscopy, it is a entry-level product for elemental analysis. The parameters which we will be measuring and the second and third aspects of the drinking water specification. So it's a cost-effective approach for the analysis of certain elements like iron, arsenic, chromium, cadmium, and lead. There are some limitations of this technology which cannot measure, like uranium, which is again a concern in the northern belt of India because of the contamination from uranium from groundwater. So there are three techniques available in atomic absorption spectroscopy. So this is the graphite furnace for low-level trace level analysis in ppb range. Next, we have the flame technique for ppm range of analysis for iron, chromium, and all these elements. So arsenic and mercury, they have a different chemistry and they cannot be analyzed using these two techniques. So we have a different accessory that can be attached with the system. So this is a hydrate generator accessory used for arsenic, mercury, and selenium. These are carcinogenic substances. Next is the ICP OES or AES. So this is again an advanced technology of atomic spectroscopy. So in which we can go for a even higher range or even lower range of analysis, and we can analyze uranium, which is not possible with the AES technology. In your system, you can it's not visible, but we can go as low as up to 2 ppb of concentration detections. As per the WHO guidelines, the limits are 30 ppb, and as per the Atomic Energy Commissions, the limits are 60 ppb. So there are a lot of areas in India where the limit of uranium is exceeding more than its prescribed limits. So measurement of uranium is again a concern topic for the Ministry of Jal Shakti. So mercury here you can see the detection limits are as low as 0.1 ppb. Using a simple accessory compared to the AS, this is a very simple accessory wherein which you can get as low as detection limits as possible. Next, we have the high instrumentation for the elemental analysis, ICP-MS. So this is an ICP-MS with speciation unit, that is a HPLC system. If say suppose your limits for arsenic and chromium, they are crossing the prescribed limits. That means that doesn't directly represent that they are present in a carcinogenic toxic form. So there are subspecies of these elements where in which we can identify them and we can quantify that whether these are really toxic or not. So for that, we will be requiring the speciation unit. Here you can see the total arsenic may be of higher concentration, but using the speciation approach, we can subdivide all the species that are present of arsenic in the water, and we can identify what are the toxic ranges of the arsenic, and we can recertify the water for drinking. So another silent topic is the presence of nanoparticles in the water bodies. So that may affect the quality of the water in the long term. So to detect the nanoparticles, ICP-MS again is a go-to technique wherein which the software, additional software module, you can identify the nanoparticle distribution in the waters. So for TOC analysis, total organic carbon, we have TOC analyzers, and for halide group analysis, we have AOX analyzers as well. For the biological and virological parameters, our headquarters, Analytic in Germany, they have designed a workflow unit wherein which they are using this system for the identification of COVID virus, SARS virus, as well as other kind of viruses in German water treatment and water distribution units. So here in which we are using a water collection unit from our parent company, Indra, which will collect water samples every 1 hour automatically, and it will then filtered and extracted using other sub-unit systems, and they are concentrated using a liquid extraction system here, and they are then detected by a PCR-based approach. So this is a complete solution for the biological and virological parameter analysis from Analytic and Anderson House. So with this, I'd like to thank the organizing committee of ICEN for giving us this opportunity to present our products here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Reddy, for being here with us. Next, for one of the key sessions of this event, Industry Summit, Water Technology Incubation, PI-Hub and Jal Jeevan Mission, Opportunities for Industry and Startups, I would like to request Dr. Sai Krishna to facilitate the session in a virtual mode. And the speaker in this session will be Dr. Babun Kumar, the event coordinator.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you are very much.
Good evening, everyone. For this session on Industrial Summit, Water Technology Incubation and Jal Jeevan Mission, Opportunities for Industries and Startup will be delivered by Dr. Babun Kumar Bansod, Senior Principal Scientist, CSIO, Chandigarh. Before he starts his lecture, I would briefly share the biodata of Dr. Bansod. Dr. Bansod primarily worked in the area of precision farming, post-harvest management, and IoT-enabled water quality monitoring system. He had more than 35 publications in SA journals and conferences. He developed 7 technologies, out of which 5 technologies are successfully transferred to industries. He possessed vast experience in electronic embedded systems and machine learning. Dr. Bansod is presently engaged in the Pan-India level Jal Jeevan Mission implementation program with the Ministry of Jal Shakti as a lead investigator for a CSIR-led consortium consisting of 8 labs. He is a senior IEEE member and fellow of several professional societies and guiding 6 PhD scholars. Now, floor is for you, Dr. Bansod. Please.
Thank you so much, Sri Sai Krishna ji, who is one of the very active member of Jal Jeevan Mission, contributing very significantly. Thanks for introducing me and for the benefit of the audience. This is a very significant session of the today's event, Industry Summit. And I think this is something that we would like to emphasize and highlight in a big way for the very reason that it is benefiting the country's industry. And as a result, it will especially increase the complete ecosystem and footprint of the water related, especially the monitoring technologies. So as we go through the slides, we will know what are our plans. In this, we will touch upon the problem statement and then how those problems can be solved through the kind of innovation and incubation hub, PI hub we call Product Development Innovation and Incubation Hub. And then how those solutions can be applied in the real world through the JJM kind of real world scenarios and thereby benefiting the whole country through the indigenous technology. We'll discuss and deliberate the water quality monitoring issues in this particular summit, solutions and how to solve, as I said, PI hub approach, which is going to work in a kind of hub and spoke model, and then how to apply solution to the problem statement. For example, Jal Jeevan Mission, real world application scenarios such as Jal Jeevan Mission, through synergistic approach model, wherein the industry, researcher, and all the stakeholders, ministries, and the end user like Ministry of Jal Shakti comes into picture and gets benefited. So this is what Industry Summit we want to encapsulate and focus upon. So these are the contents. Okay. Can I take this like this? So these are the contents. The rationale behind the Industry Summit is basically, and I mean to say the rationale that we are going to cover, as I said, that what is the problem statement, that is kind of why PI, that why we should be doing this Industry Summit, why we should be getting into PI hub, and why we should be doing the Jal Jeevan Mission interventions. So there is a problem statement to it, then what is the motivation, genesis, then we'll talk about why CSIR should be figuring out here in Jal Jeevan Mission or the PI hub and connecting the dots, that is researchers and industry and the end user. So CSIR possesses state of the art, and there are prior arts and the reasons, and there is genesis and there is story, past success story, which is responsible and leading to and taking us to the PI hub and to the Jal Jeevan Mission. So when you understand what is PI hub and Jal Jeevan Mission, ultimately, as I said, so we'll travel through a journey wherein we'll touch upon the problem statement and its solution, and then its application to the real world scenario like JJM. So as a problem statement, and throughout the session, we have been talking about various aspects, water related issues. So I'll try to cut it short, but these are some of the facts wherein we can see that how India is a water stress country, there is a poor water quality, and India trails the world in water availability. This is kind of quite a painful thing, right? Isn't it? So average number of parameters on which cities water failed test, it shows in the left-hand side, as you can see. So, and again, you can see that almost 600 million people face high to extreme water stress. And there are startling figures here which states that 70% of our water is contaminated because of various reasons, especially in the rainy seasons. Now, in the rainy season, especially, we know how good is the quality of water, because you will see that most of the houses, even in Chandigarh city, receives the turbine water. And then only we know that how safe and good our water distribution lines are. And that is where the Jal Jeevan Mission is going to play important role for IoT enabling of all these aspects. And you will see that India is currently ranked 120 among 122 countries in the water quality index. And thankfully now Jal Jeevan Mission into the picture, who wants to change this scenario, and they are very aggressively working about it. And per capita water availability, as you can see, is going down to 1,000 cubic meter. Ideally, we are supposed to have 1,700 cubic meter. So this is all what about water which is happening now, which has become a luxury. And there is a water crisis, as I said, per capita water is reducing and reducing. So these are all the problem statements on one hand. On the other hand, you can see that there is a water sources available, tremendous abundance amount of water resources available across the country. As you can see the numbers, we have so many wells, so many rivers in India, lakes in India, and all that. And you can see that what is the scenario here, treatment plants are there. So this also poses and shows the opportunity that India or CSIR or Ministry of Jal Shakti together, and the countries for that matter, have a scale to reach. And we have to outreach to this. And otherwise we are talking about that there is no work, or industry says that they want the orders and all that. So we need to have synergy and to tap and grab this kind of opportunity wherein we can deploy the technologies together, and it is not possible to do it alone. So this is the scenario here, and what is the motivation and genesis is that in terms of this particular event that is happening, why we are talking about the sensor systems and IoT and all these, because present practices are failing to attain and address the issues. Because when we talk of Jal Jeevan Mission IoT enabled water service delivery monitoring, which is not possible through these kind of traditional approaches, wherein these are very bulky and cost intensive. And similarly, there are some state-of-the-art things available, but then again, these are imported systems, and we have talked recently about all that. And they are also suffering a lot of issues, and repair issues are also there, and there is a cost factor. They are not cost effective, and also they are not custom made and tailor made to the Indian context. So these are all the facts and figures which point out that we need to just immediately pay attention and work on these aspects. And that is where this Jal Jeevan Mission is able to bring the synergy between all researchers, wherein now CSI, JJM, they have partnered together, and industry we are going to now shortly, and we have invited, and this industry summit is all about that. We are inviting the industry to pitch in and join hands with the CSR and to upscale the whole IoT enabling across the country. And shortly there is going to be the expression of interest that will be published on the CSR websites, and all the industries will be able to participate through that in the Jal Jeevan Mission, CSR Jal Jeevan Mission together that we want to upscale across the country. So these are some of the problem statements that you can see, wherein we have to actually address the water quality sensors indigenously, which presently are suffering from the high cost or some other technical aspects, or they are grid power driven, they need to be battery power driven, and we have to, wherein importantly CSR, in fact Pradeep sir in his address also mentioned about all this, and in fact technical committee report already states all this, that there is need for standardizing all these IoT standardization need to be there, and calibration standardization has to be there, so that there is a upscaling across the country, and there is the interoperability between different layers of sensor, IoT and cloud and dashboard and all that. In order to happen that, we need CSR has taken a challenge to standardize all these IoT-enabled standardization across the country, so that there is a pan-India implementation and there is no issues as far as the upscaling is concerned. So IoT standards will be standardized, all the calibration will be standardized, and there is going to be a reference, a kind of a handbook or reference kind of booklet, wherein CSR wants to act like a custodian and torch bearer and a kind of guardian, wherein we will be propagating and helping the industry to move forward with the backing up of the complete CSI technology knowledge base. So these are all, and this is not we are doing alone, because CSI is possessing 35 labs, and across the country almost more than 20 labs are participating in the Jal Jeevan mission, and which is making it very, very strong, possibility. These are some of the knowledge bases that we CSI are already having the success story, and these are some of the glimpses that I'm showing. Otherwise, there is so much, and there's a bouquet of technology compendium that, in fact, Dr. Darokar already discussed with you this morning, this afternoon in the previous session. And these are some of the success stories, knowledge that CSI has developed, and in terms of almost we are, covering the whole spectrum of the technology in terms of biological, physical, chemical attributes. And as I said in the one of the session, that all this technology has got a potential to upscale in terms of the range and the attributes and its resolution and any kind of adaptation in terms of the market-driven requirements or deployment-driven requirements or user-friendliness based requirements. So all those adaptations are possible, wherein now we have to bring the synergy between the CSIR as well as the industry. And these are the knowledge base that we discuss, which is available to take it forward. These are all lab scale proven, and how now where we stand upon that we will be discussing in my rest of the discussion. We have already very huge knowledge base wherein we have published all these contents in the very high impact factor internationally of a journal of very high repute, and even the results have been appreciated and acknowledged by the international researchers, because it has gone through tremendous peer group review processing. Now, let us talk about, we have seen that what CSI is having, what we are possessing, what is the problem statement, and now the way forward. What is the solution? The solution is PIHub. PIHub is talking about research, innovations, design and development under one roof. Okay, so it will be creating a kind of ecosystem wherein the journey from lab to land, that translation will happen. And that is where all these hub and spoke model will work upon. And this PIHub, we can discuss in a later on at a greater details and at length. But the intention today here is to just to make you sensitize that what CSR and industry together can do in this industry summit. So what we are aiming is to establish set up an ecosystem under one roof to offer end-to-end solution for product design, development, innovation, and incubation activities, especially in terms of the water quality monitoring technologies, IoT-enabled monitoring technologies, offline, online, both, and even the hybrid modes. And we can also think of many more new ideas in this particular. Fortunately, I think if we will be doing so, these are some of the very interesting facts and figures which point out that this is very motivating, that India is almost third in the world as far as the startup is concerned. India, largest startup ecosystem this country is having, and if we can unleash the knowledge and potential and the strength of the CSR labs, which is now open, and recently it has opened up with big arms, and which is welcoming the industry to come and take and grab the opportunity, then it will, I think, it can take, at a different horizon, and we can catapult into a different sphere. So this is how we can do. And the rationale behind PIHub is that India is the fastest growing country, especially in the environmental monitoring market during 2021. This was the earlier data, and still it is growing up and up. So these are some of the facts and figures which are pointing out that why there is need for PIHub and why there is need for synergy between the industry and the researchers and the relevant stakeholders, including the end user and the ministries. So third largest, and there is a huge market, like $2.1 billion by 2023. And a lot of facts are there. Then what we have to actually essentially do is the translational research that need to accelerate in India. And we have to do, this will also help for promoting the entrepreneurship, job creation, and economic development in the country as a result. And this will act as a catalyst in the Make in India, Startup India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, to fast track the growth of the Indian MSME sector. And wherein in CSI looks forward to play a very alliance and major role through its available knowledge base and technology base. And one of the important things here is that you can see that innovators are unable to access the resources for piloting and testing. So even if there are startups and there are innovators, but they sometimes lack the kind of cutting edge or kind of a controlled test-based environment that particularly the research labs they are having. So through these kind of innovations and PIHub, so we'll be opening up that kind of possibility wherein a platform wherein they can do the piloting and testing, and that is how the product development becomes easy. I think those who are into it, they know what kind of difficulties they are facing through. And there are so many reasons that why we should be doing this kind of PyHub. No such ecosystem exists under one roof in the available within the country so far, especially in North region. There is no such a kind of hub that is created, given by the research and development team, and targeting end-to-end solution for product development. It is not that we are talking about only IoT developing or sensor developing. We are talking about complete end-to-end solution innovations, including material testing, device and certification. And this will be a peer group focus or specific niche area. Because wherein you can also see that NITI Aayog, that even Atal Innovation Missions and Atal Incubation Centers also are focusing upon the specific niche and domain-specific creating an incubation center. So PyHub is going to create a niche in and domain-specific incubation center in the environmental-related technologies, especially the water-related technologies. So this is also in line with the complete mandate of the CSIR. And these are various objectives wherein what we want to do is actually material development, fabrication, electronic development, testing, calibration, system packaging, product development, certification also will be included in this. So these are some of the objectives that we are talking about, product designing, development and all that. And this will be completely in-house, and this will provide the necessary and adequate infrastructure incubation along with high quality assistance services to startup innovators in their early stages of growth. Because most of the problems that are happening in our country is that although we are the third largest ecosystem, in their early stages of the startups, they are mostly dying because they are not receiving the necessary support in their early stages when they are budding, when they are in the naive stages, early stages of growth, they are mostly dying. And that is where this kind of innovation and PyHub center is going to play an important role. And this is, of course, is going to be aligning and contributing to the government of India's pet missions, projects, schemes such as Make in India, Innovate India, Skill India, Namami Gange, Swachh Bharat, Smart City, etc. Jal Jeevan Mission is already covered through these. And we will offer being the services in terms of testing, standards, calibration, certification, and consultancies. Because you might be knowing, you might have some of the products, but most of the entrepreneurs are failing, or they are not having equipped. They are not equipped with kind of calibrations and standards and testing and certification facilities. As a result, what is happening is that they are unable to export their products. They are unable to export. They are even failing to compete within the country with other products which are available from the Western world. So this is where actually this kind of PyHub is not only creating the innovations, research and developing innovation in terms of the product development, but also in terms of making them at par with the international products in terms of certification and all that. So these are the all services that we have talked about, what all this kind of PyHub will be doing. And I think I invite and warmly to all the industries present here, offline and online. I think you must be knowing that hundreds of offline participants have joined this event, and I invite all of those industries to join these PyHub kind of initiatives, wherein we are actually going to target the niche areas and specifically focus areas such as Jal Jeevan Mission and aligning with the Government of India mandate, and domain specific creating a kind of incubation center within the CSI kind of place for the North region, wherein many CSI labs will be working in a hub and spoke model. So these are the vision and objectives. I think this we can be discussing later on if somebody is interested, or we are also planning to conduct a kind of a bigger industrial summit in an offline mode, completely physical mode, along with the CII participation, wherein I think I'll be elaborating more on this. So definitely, but the point is that we have definitely created a mission, there is a vision, and there are objectives to be met. One of the case studies that PyHub is presenting is environmental products. And I have already stated you that what are the possibilities, like environmental sensor market is 2.19 billion by 2023. And you can see the water is playing the kind of almost very highest next to air, water is contributing to highest market share. And this is a big opportunity, great opportunity. And besides water, we can also touch upon the other environmental sensors like air and soil and etc. So that way, the PyHub is the way forward to solve the India-specific problems in the areas of water, air, or soil, or so on, and save upon so much of foreign exchange and etc. There are so many other things that we can touch upon and explain to you that why PyHub will play a very big role in economic burden, in terms of lesser enable labs, huge industries, smart cities. So all it is touching upon all these aspects. For example, there are less than 100 recognized, enabled, accredited labs and well-established laboratories in India for environmental quality monitoring, which are not sufficient to serve the pain areas and pilots. There are thousands and lakhs of samples that are coming each day for testing, and these are unable to meet the requirement. So there are so many facts figures that I can talk about. India is the fastest growing environmental monitoring market, and that is why, again, it brings us back to the point that why PINUP should be taking a part and should see the light of the day. A lot of facts figures are again there, which I will not get into more details. So the solution is PINUP, CSR, and other relevant stakeholders, including the translators, Make in India startups, consultancy, incubation centers, MSME. They can work in a hub and spoke model along with the CSR labs, pan-India basis. So this is how we'll be connecting the different dots, researchers and various stakeholders, and will act as this PIHub will act as a bridge between the researchers who will do all this research and development and innovation in terms of sensor design, synthesis, device development, and then the stakeholders, concerned stakeholders will be driven accordingly, and it will be reaching to the end user. And these are all the methodologies we have worked very detailed manner that how the methodology in terms of device development we can do. These are our capabilities as well. And same way how we are also very good at fabrication, prototyping and integration. This is all in-house capability that I'm showing to all of you. Then this is very important aspect that all this will go through the stringent quality testing, calibration, characterization, certification, etc. Because we are already in-housing very high, very high grade, research grade, various equipments and test measurements systems that are of the caliber of international standards, and once tested and calibrated through these laboratories, they are acceptable at international level as well. So we are very well equipped with all these kind of high cutting edge, high end equipments along with the required test and measurement procedures, international standards. So gearing the wheel, this is how the complete plan of action, how it will happen, idea to technology, lab to land translations, first year, second year, up to 5 years, how it will become self-sustainable and how various industries can come on board and take benefit of this. Because we are going to create a special purpose vehicle wherein there is going to be a CSR lab, then there is going to be industry participation, and there is going to be a CII body kind of thing, and there is going to be an end user to which it will be connected, as I said, that hub and spoke model. This is how it will work. These are all the detailing about how it will work, and these are various milestones that we talked about, how it will happen, what are the various things that we will be able to cover and do in these aspects. This is a revenue generation model and all that. And finally, as I said, through PI, so what we have seen is that there is a problem statement. Okay, there is a pain point, there is a pain area. From that pain area problem statement, we are going to the PI hub for solving those pain points and problem statements and providing the solutions and technology in the of sensor systems, IoT things. And then there is the real world case wherein all those technologies are actually applied, such as Jal Jeevan Mission. And I think this Jal Jeevan Mission, this will be the first time when the industry will be able to connect to this Jal Jeevan Mission and how we are doing it and what we are doing it. So therefore, I think for the interest of the Jal Jeevan Mission, and for the sensitization of the industry that what we are doing in this, I'm actually presenting some of the brief to it, and rest of the background you have already understood. So this is the program of Jal Jeevan Mission, wherein all these are the basic details, how different labs are associated and who are all connected here. And I'm here, and along with me, Dr. Pawan Lavshetwar is there, and we have industrial collaboration, which is a part of this program as a onboarding for the upskilling across the country. And that is why this particular industry summit is presently happening to sensitize you all. These are the key feature proposals that we have to take up, and problem statement I already said. What we will be doing is that we will be monitoring the service delivery and water quality scheme functionality that Pradeep sir already talked about. So already we have some of the glimpses that what it will be doing. I'll be just directly coming to the specific scheme and the methodology, how we are doing it. So these are all basically complete output and outcomes of the JJM that CSI team has proposed, wherein on the go service delivery monitoring will be done in terms of water quality, quantity, and regularity. Okay, and all the reports. I'll skip all that, and this is how we want to embed all the sensors, etc., on the in the water distribution network. And this is how the complete high-level solution diagram, wherein we are using the sensors, networking, cloud, and application layers. And This is the physical environment. For example, there is service reservoir, there is a distribution network, there is a end. This is a kind of end user wherein fully functional household tap connection to which this IoT enabled, it will be able to monitor that particular household. Is it receiving 55 electricity in case of rural areas, or is it receiving 135 electricity in case of urban areas? So that is the kind of benchmarking parameters. Okay, that is a paradigm shift in terms of now water distribution delivery monitoring. That can we measure that kind of performance that they are receiving, and what frequency they are receiving, what quality they are receiving, what quantity they are receiving. So we are completely mapping and making a digital transformation of the water resources through this. There is a physical environment, there is a device layer, and this is what I talked about, the making CSI is actually going to play important role, that will be completely standardizing the whole protocols of IoT protocols, calibration protocols, so that there is upscaling that is possible across the country. Let's say 2 lakh villages, or 1 lakh villages, or 5 lakh villages, whatever is the amount available. There should not be any hitch or problems or hassles when we replace any of the components. Because of this standardization, it will be possible. So then communication layer, we intend to use radio frequency and GSM based layers. And we have developed only some of the indigenous technologies in terms of LoRa or GSM based, and even the private industries are already very good in that. And I think they will be playing chipping, they will chip in, and they will, I think, upscale and help, and they can do it much faster than what we can do. But we can help them to innovate and compete with the international standards, and they can be more successful in the international markets as well as a result if we join hands together. And finally, there is an application there wherein the alerts and reports, etc., can be done. So this is the important scheme that I would like to highlight, and this is what the CSR has proposed in the Jal Jeevan Mission for the Ministry of Jal Shakti, wherein star of the star topology has been used, and wherein different clusters, you can see different clusters in a particular village or particular single supply scheme or multi-village supply scheme. And these are the local RTUs, and through these local RTUs, this will go to the master gateway, and from the master gateway, it will go to the state cloud. It will push the data to the state cloud, this data logger, and from the state cloud, it will push to the center cloud. And this each RTUs, or you can say data loggers, and these node and these aggregators, they have capability and they are complying with the Jal Jeevan Mission technical report compliance and recommendation that each RTU should be able to save the data up to 30 days, and this gateway should be able to save the data for 6 months. And this is all, and it should be also able to do the bidirectional communication, so that it can program all this in the remote end RTUs. It can also fix the patches, it can fix the security related issues, or it can also take care of the autonomous calibration aspects. Autonomous calibration in terms of autonomous mode, calibrations can be fixing. So these are not only sending the related data, but they are also receiving the commands through it in terms of, therefore, bidirectional communication will play important role. And that is again complying to the Jal Jeevan Mission recommendation and standards. I need to click that water level. Sagar is there. Can I click that particular button at the right hand, or you are there? Okay. If you click here, we will see that how particularly a particular this thing will pop up, and it will send the data, this particular water level sensor or pressure sensor or flow meter or water quality sensor. They'll be able to send the data in a particular format, and this format is again complying to the Jal Jeevan Mission technical committee recommendation. It will, for example, this is a device ID, gateway ID, and device type. For example, here service reservoir water level. So this is a service reservoir, okay, water level and parameters B and E. There are errors and battery levels. So this is a complete JSON format that we are supposed to send. So these are the kind of standardizations that JJ has talked about, and that is where the CSR is coming out with a complete documentation to comply with it, so that there is a complete upscaling possibility and there is no hassles across the country. So this is how it will happen. And as I said, next it will transmit the data to the state cloud, and from the state cloud, all these aggregators and the gateways, they will transmit the data to the state cloud, and the state cloud will push the data to center cloud, and we are going to give a different kind of privileges, okay, at the block level, at the district level, at the village level, at the state level, and at the center level. They'll be having different privileges in terms of seeing the different reports and kind of analytics, so that it will help them to make a decision making in terms of operation and maintenance, or in terms of some remedial action. For example, pump operator want to switch it on or off. That kind of privileges starting from the block level or village level will happen at the village level, and at the center level or at the state level or at the block level, they may plan in terms of the augmentation of the sources, ground level, So for the source sustainability, they'll be knowing what is the water replenishment pattern, what kind of then again intervention in terms of the rainwater harvesting can be done. So all that possibilities, because this we have proposed star of the star topology along with the high advanced analytics, which will help the authorities to plan most of the issues related with the water distribution networks in the rural and urban areas. So that's what the important major highlights of this, and this is the kind of movie I think Dr. Hajut can bring. Yeah. So I think you must have all got an idea, especially industry participants, that what are the possibilities and opportunities in terms of Jal Jeevan mission implementation. And in this movie, you must have seen that how we can make all the data online possibility, especially through the sensor and through all cloud and IoT things. So that gives a clear picture, and this is going to be a shortly a reality. We have already seen Jal Jeevan Mission has done it in some pilot site of it, and we want to scale it up to they have targets, very good targets, ambitious target, and Ministry of Jal Shakti under the leadership of especially Dr. Shri Pradeep Singh ji for the IoT component is very aggressively working, and as such the whole mission is to be finished by 2024, and this is to be operational by 2023 March only, and we have already started working in that direction. And as I said, in another 1 month or so, you'll see that many of the pilots are in their very advanced stages. So here is the important aspect that we are here now, 6th month or 7th month of the Jal Jeevan Mission. And for upscaling, why this industry meet is conducted at this juncture? At this juncture, because this is the upscaling phase, wherein that we want now the whole industry to join hands with the CSI team and help us upscale across the country. And we are going to empanel most of the industries who have the relevant knowledge base, etc. and they will be satisfying certain criteria. The UI is going to be shortly announced, and I request all of you to keep in touch. And we'll be also trying our best, besides publishing the UI on the online, and we'll be sending it to CI, and especially those industries who are in my touch, we'll be also sending to the various list of industries, and we'll be making sure and we'll be shortlisting them to take part and come on board with us. So this is that particular phase now in the phase 1, wherein we are at this juncture, where the upskilling need to start happening. And then and here the idea is that in the phase 1, we are expecting that 40-50% of the indigenous components, and then by the end of the phase 2, the whole 80-90% indigenous contribution should happen. That will give us the India, Make in India, strengthening India, and empowering India, and prospering India, increasing the GDP of India. All that is possibility will happen through this only. And this is the complete team, and we are fortunate to have Dr. Darokar here already from CSR headquarters, who is at the management here, after Pradeep sir from the JJM, and I'm here. Then we have a coordinator, Director CSR himself is a coordinator for this, along with the VM Tiwari sir, who actually addressed this morning. Even he was very kind to deliver an address, team nodal address, and this is the kind of this whole team has been in the back. This is a brainchild. Jal Jeevan Mission, CSR, handshaking and coming together and going together and doing together is a basically brainchild, and the handiwork and complete efforts of all this whole team at the top leaders. And then I'm here actually. They all are helping me and guiding me and mentoring me, along with Dr. Pawan Lapshetwar, to get it executed. And there are different work packages, and how meticulously it has been planned in terms of sensor system, IoT, analytics, dashboard relation, power system, and deployment. And you can see that CSIO is a nodal lab for implementing and spearheading all this effort across the pan-India basis, along with all my partnering labs from CSIR, and everybody is contributing very aggressively, and everybody is very enthusiastic, just like everyone that you are seeing over here. These are the innovations. Being indigenous, we have a lot of flexibility in terms of doing the innovations. You can see complete indigenous IoT architecture, which will comprise of sensor, gateway, cloud, and dashboard. We are not going to utilize any imported components in the value chain system. Even any single component, if we don't get, then repair, replacement, and breakdown time will be high. And you think of basically lakhs of villages. If I am just making the indigenous this complete IoT architecture, something which costs 7, 8 lakhs or 10 lakhs, and I am making it just in 3 lakhs. So in a single pilot, I am saving at least 5 lakhs. And I don't know if I have benchmarking slides, but we'll be saving upon 2-3 thousands of crore rupees if we go through implementation by the CSI's attitude and approach and vision. And Prashantji is here from the Potence, and he knows that some of the sensors cost 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs, arsenic sensor or so. And Arvindji is here. He also knows that these sensors are very, very costly. And if we do add, indigenously, they can be saving a huge cost saving, as well as they'll be not only helping our own industry to meet the national requirement, but also cater to the export requirement and increase the GDP and foreign exchange and reserve of the country. So these are all the kind of things that this kind of program, if we come together, can do, and do the synergistic approach between the various stakeholders. So these are the innovations and USP and highlights. Data integration, we will be having extraction, transform, and loading layer inside each sensor, and this will help us to achieve the interoperability. Even if any breakdown happens, that you replace advanced technologies, making some sensor, replace sensor, and if potence control connect the sensor, that will work. So that kind of plug and play flexibility and interoperability, this we are talking about, and CSI team is developing the standards and kind of algorithms, intelligent algorithms to help on that. And these are the standards that we are talking about, calibration on site, and because this is very important, calibration, because most of the air quality sensors that you might be seeing, or field usable, these kind of sensors, you will be seeing that they are sending the erroneous data, and there is no way out to find out that are those results correct or not correct. Okay, and this is what the most of the ministries and end users are struggling. Okay, how do you justify or authenticate that those data is correct or not correct? So this is where actually this calibration, auto calibrations, or algorithms such as like that to take care of installation, periodic and predictive will help. And CSIR being a research and innovation driven kind of entity, we have developed such kind of calibration algorithms within the in-house, and we have embedded them into the sensor, and so that we will be able to take care of those kind of erroneous data and ensure that the data is authentic. And moreover, there is a sense making that IoT architecture that I talk about, the sense making at the same node level, at the gateway level, at the cloud level. So all different layers, there is sense making, and that will take care of that AI, because these are all AI enabled. That will take care of these kind of aspects and ensure that there is no tampering, there is no erroneous data, there is a lot of aspects can be taken care of, and this will be a complete intelligent network. So then, as I said, this risk finite is another unique component that we are offering. This is based upon the open source structure, and we are technology neutral, open source and technology neutral kind of aspect and philosophy that we are employing in this particular Jal Jeevan Mission program, so that there is no hiccups and handicap in terms of, okay, if this component is not available, we cannot move forward. So technology neutral and open source based kind of architecture and systems and software that we are employing in this kind of philosophy that CSI is taking up with the JJM mission. And once this is done, then I think if we employ it in particular state, this will become a role model and benchmark, and in different state, different pilots, then they can upscale and everything will happen, a copy pasting kind of approach, multiplier approach, but they will comply with the benchmarking sites. And the compliance and CSI will act a kind of a third-party validation, and you don't need third-party validation because CSI itself is a kind of R&D driven and standard making standardization, maintaining the institute, and they will be able to handhold and guide the industry to take care of that vulnerability. And so that is the advantage to the industry if they work with the CSI and they come together and pitch in for the solving of the problem statement. And there are a lot of aspects we can go on talking in dedicated industry summit sometime, some other time. And this is our strength, why we are able to do it, because we have a lot of technological backup and scientific backup as a result of which makes us different and provides us an USP compared to any other thing. And that is where the industry can complement and researchers can complement. So we each have a kind of strength. Researchers, they have strength, and industry, they are fast in implementation, they are fast in manufacturing, they have fabrication facilities. So we can complement each other and provide a complete end-to-end solution, because the end user needs a faster solution, faster delivery. So research can be combined and joined with the faster delivery approach of the industry and to make it a successful model. So this is the technical strength of the consortia that we are having: CSIO, NIRI, CIRI, CMERI, CSMRI. These are handpicked labs who have got established expertise in a particular domain, and therefore they will make a difference. And at the end of it, the expected outcome for the Jal Jeevan Mission through this program is going to be assured water quality, increased availability of water, reliability and sustainability of water resources, effective planning on water resources, continuous data shared with the stakeholders, well-managed administration, future augmentation of water resources is possible, because all the data is coming. We are basically digital transformation of the water resources. So everything is digitally available. Just with the click of button, you know what is the quality, what is the quantity, at what hours, particularly 2 p.m., what happened, 10 p.m., what happened, was there any failure of the pump, all that, and what was the arsenic content, what was the chlorination content, what was the pH content. So everything on the click of the button. Today, if you ask anybody what is the amount of water delivered, then they go on checking manually, and they will tell you, okay, come after 1 week or so, we will tell you the data. But this will be just at the click of button, it will happen. And importantly, it will also instill the necessary behavior change in the complete stakeholders. Because if you know that something is happening, and seeing is believing, if you see that something is, what is the quality and what is the quantity, so it will instill the necessary behavior change in the human nature also. If you see that I have, you might wonder that almost more than 40% water we waste in the showering. When we shower, when we flush, so we are wasting 40% of water we are consuming, domestic usage. So when this gets digitally displayed, for example, air quality index and air quality data, when that digitally get displayed, it makes a sense, and you get a necessary instill behavior change. You know that now I have to switch to the electric vehicle and I don't have to use the diesel vehicle. So necessarily instilling the necessary human behavior change will happen if digitization happens. And that is what the Jal Jeevan Mission IoT enabled in these systems is going to bring. Also the socio-economic change, socio-economic environmental impact. So it is not only touching the economy of the country, but also socio-economic fabric of the country. And environmental saving is, of course, is there. So there are a lot of things that can be discussed upon. We have already at this stage, at this juncture, there is a problem setting that we have seen through PyHub we can solve, and through JJM real world application that we are doing. We have done the lab scale trials, field scale trials. Now demonstration and deployment is where the industry participation is invited through this industry summit that we are holding today in this ICN-64 at CSIR Chandigarh, hosting along with other partnering labs like CIRI, NIRI, and CSM-CRI under the umbrella of this Ministry of Jal Shakti and support, and under that project. So this is the now stage wherein we are expecting that for the demonstration, deployment, and upscaling across the pan India, the industry can help. And there is a SOP for this. Sagar, can you click, or I don't need to click? There is just, I'll just click and tell you. This SOP is there. This is, as I was telling you, this will be published. Expression of interest. What we have listed here is that SOP for empanelment of industrial collaborators. This will come shortly in the website, and there will be time period, let's say 2 weeks period to respond to it, and then we will empanel. There is a criteria associated with it. Evaluation methodology is there, essential qualifying criteria for EC. For example, we are saying that IC as a registered organization shall have prior work experience of minimum 3 years in the relevant areas such as water quantity, quality sensors, IoT, cloud, and data analytics. So that kind of different, then the companies, MSME startups shall be registered with the concerned statutory authority of Government of India. So we have completely formulated a SOP for the participation of the industry, so that there is an equal opportunity. Okay, there is an equal opportunity, and everybody is welcome to participate through that. And you can see that we have also given a quantitative numbering system that you will score particular numbers, and that is how then finally there is an agreement signing and MOU and NDA, and we can then start sharing the knowledge to you. Next, please. Yeah, so this is the CSR model for upscaling, Ministry of Jal Shakti, CSR, SOP, industrial partners for implementation under these thousands of pilot sites in the 115 clusters location across the country. They have 8,000, 10,000 villages that they have identified to do. And for upscaling at different location, industrial partners are now invited for. So benefits to states. This is the last slide I am sharing now. The states will benefit because the technical and commercial compliance will be there will be no irregularities in terms of because in the JJM technical committee report they have given that what compliance should happen in terms of technically and commercially, especially technically, sensor should comply to this particular standard, that particular specification. This should be the accuracy, this should be the certification, this should be the IP rating, etc., etc. So this benefit will be there to the states. Uniformation of and standardization that I already elaborated in details. Indigenized product, easy repair, replacement, and breakdown time is not also more. Long-term hand-holding and support for being a government body. We are talking about long-term operation and maintenance support, which is where the state is very, very interested, because post-pilot, who will manage these IoT assets? Gram Panchayat and village levels, who will manage these IoT assets? So they want kind of operation and maintenance support. So that is where this long-term hand-holding in terms of 5 years or 10 years, and this we are not doing, CSR is doing along with the industry. So, but we will be kind of custodian and torch bearer or kind of guardian and helping the industry to attain this kind of stringent technical specification and compliance which JJM is actually looking for, and will be guiding them and helping them and handholding them in terms of the research aspects and the development aspects and the technical competency that we have, knowledge that we have, will pass it on to you. Then local ecosystem for long-term support, because it will also help to develop a kind of startups or skilling of the India local level पे जो एक pump man बैठा हुआ है, pump operator बैठा हुआ है, that person can also learn, because we will be training them, we'll be hand-holding, we'll be conducting the online training sessions or capability building kind of so that they're the ground staff who is working like pump operator, so they will be trained to handle the IoT enabled system. Because how do they know? Presently they can handle the pump, how to switch on the pump, how to switch off the pump, but these are the new technologies. IoT is a new technology. How do they know that how to work with it, how to deal with it? So that kind of skilling will also happen, and that is where the CSR is committed again. And we will use our knowledge base, and through the industry partner and all that, that will be also possible. And third party validation may not be required, because we'll be already complying with the international standards. Thank you so much. And this was all detailing. The idea was to basically completely sensitize the industry, okay, in terms of that, what is the problem statement, how we can solve the problem solution through the Pi Hub, and how we can apply it to the JJM. And that is where, what are the opportunities and for the industries and startups. So opportunities and possibilities for the industries and startups for the Pi Hub and Jal Jeevan Mission. So that is what the major mandate and objective of this industry summit is. And now the floor is open if there is any interaction. In the interest of time, I think we can keep it very very short. And I am here, you are here, my contact details are there. And even though I think this is very well known and in the government of Ministry of Jal Shakti, so this project has been listed. So everywhere across the country, they have already disseminated and circulated the details. So I think anytime required, we'll be happy to discuss anything on this. And that is what all from my side. I hand over to the stage manager, Dr. Harjot, for further proceedings.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite Shri N.S. Jassal, Principal ISTC CSI Chandigarh, to deliver an awareness lecture on PRISM scheme of DSIR to promote innovation culture in India. Dr. Jassal, please. Sir, we have to cut it little short, please don't mind. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Harjot. So I think we are tired now. I think it is, I think, second last lecture for today. I think one more lecture after this. Two more. Oh. So, very warm good evening to everyone. So I am just briefing one unique scheme, that is PRISM. So PRISM stands for Promoting Innovation in Individual Startups and MSME. So this scheme is launched by Ministry of Science and Technology, DSIR, to promote innovation culture in India. If any innovator who having idea and they are searching for the grant, so PRISM is here to support them. Any innovator can avail grant of rupees 70 lakh under this PRISM scheme, and DSIR opened various TOSI center, that is a tap outage cum cluster innovation center throughout India. And CSIO is one center that is taking care of northern part of our country, and we are promoting this PRISM scheme to Indian citizen. So if anyone is searching for this, so they can directly apply under this scheme. I'm just skipping all. I'm just submitting recipe of this scheme. So under this PRISM scheme, you can apply for the product development in phase one, that is product development, where any innovator can avail the grant of rupees 2 lakh under category 1 and 20 lakh under category 2, right? After completion of product, then innovator is eligible for this phase 2, where they can launch this developed product into the market while opening their own startup, and they can get the grant of rupees 50 lakh. And in this R&D phase, that is for the organization just like IIT Ropar, IIT Delhi, CSIO, Punjab University, like that, they can form a team and they can offer the solution of any common problem of MSME. So they can avail the grant of 50 lakh under this R&D phase. So this category 1 is for the micro innovation, where innovator just required very small amount, and this is for the complete actual product, where they are required 20 lakhs per project. So this is the common path where any innovator can become technology-based entrepreneur. So innovator can submit their proposal, that may be a new product or it may be existing product, that may be process also. So after getting the grant of rupees 20 lakh under phase 1, they can develop their own process or product. And after getting the grant of rupees 50 lakh in phase 2, so they can launch their product into the market while starting their own industry. So it means government is providing rupees 70 lakh from idea to industry. 20 lakhs for the product development and 50 lakhs for the to start your own industry. So there is only one eligibility for this scheme. Innovators should be Indian citizens. Rest there is no second eligibility. There is no age bar. Any child or any old person can apply. No qualification background required. It means any literate person can also apply. And there is no last date for applying under this scheme. Throughout the year, you can submit your proposal anytime. So after getting grant, you can spend this money in various budget head that is essential for your product development. That may be consultancy fees. You can procure small equipment. You can buy all raw materials required for your product development, fabrication cost. You can also claim the patent. You can also hire the manpower, and you can also travel within India regarding your product development, and you can also claim your testing and trial. So it means all head are covered under this PRISM scheme, and we are here to support you whenever you require any guidance, assistance that may be technical or not technical. These are the preferable area where you can submit your proposal, but that is not limited up to these areas. You can submit your proposal from any background. There is only one limitation, that you can not submit proposals that are based on pure software development and mobile app. CSI is one process center to promote this scheme, and this all detail related to this PRISM scheme is available on CSIU and DSIR website. You can submit one proposal at a time. There should be novel, and if you are employer or student, you can just submit the NOC with your proposal. And these are the website where you can download the required information related to this PRISM scheme. And you can submit your proposal directly to DSIR, CSIO Chandigarh, or any TOSIS center throughout India. Presently, 10 TOSIS centers are acting in our nation, and a list of this is available on the DSIR website. Now, why this is very unique scheme? Whenever you are going for the innovation, definitely there is IPR paper publication that is always with the innovator. We will not share the right with that, and this amount is actually transferred to the bank account of innovator. And second is that if there is any royalty after a technology transfer, or there is profit after starting their own startup in phase 2, so that is again with the innovator. It means we are not sharing any IPR paper publication profit royalty by DSIR, TOSIS, or Ministry of Science and Technology. So that is win-win situation for innovator. So this is the process where you can start your idea to industry journey. You can submit this idea to the TOSIS center. We will check and its completeness. Then we will send this to the 2 domain expert. And after recommendation, that will go to the DSIR for final consideration. And after that, innovator will get the grant. And if there is any rejection on DSIR expert level and CSIO level, it will communicate to the innovator directly. So these are the success story. You can also get this success story on our CSIO website. So there is a number of products already developed under this CSIO TOSIS center, the lab dialysis devices, asthma treatment, Ayurvedic formulation. All are available on the CSIO website. You can go through. Then biomedia for fly ash, bed diaper alarm, then weed generator. This is the digital blind stick for the assistance of our blind persons, invented by Vikram Goyal. Then this is the innovative furnace developed by Prajot Singh. And innovator, this PRISM share is approximately 17 lakhs. This is one blood testing machine. Innovator is from Bombay, Sandeep, and he sanctioned rupees 15.60 lakh for this innovation. And he also won one NRDC award for this innovation. This is a development of counter cap by Smarts, and innovate PRISM share is rupees 6 lakh for this innovation. Dr. Shankar from Bangalore, he just developed this ultrasonic steel testing machine. And these are the recently sanctioned project from our TOSIS center. You can see from 1.5 lakh to 20 lakhs for the various innovations submitted by the innovator. All are from the from Jammu to Delhi. And this is another from 2 lakhs to approximately 12 lakhs. And this is the recently sanctioned project in April, DSIR meeting. So again, from approximately 10 lakhs to the 15 lakhs. So all are available on the our this CSIO website. You can contact anytime to me related to this PRISM scheme. My mobile number is there, email is there, or these are the website where you can get this presentation, all application format guidelines related to this PRISM scheme. Now that's over from my side. If any query regarding this, so you can contact anytime
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing this. Now I would like to invite Mr. Arun Kumar Singh, Director Sales, Phytech Embedded Private Limited. Mr. Arun Kumar Singh is having more than 25 years of experience for delivering with Phytech and other industries. And he'll be delivering his insights on the topic, Swadeshi Single Board Computer, a tool for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Mr. Singh.
Thank you very much. Good evening. And I'm really grateful to you. I'm really grateful to you for understanding that you all guys are waiting for such a long time. So I will not take further more time. Basically, I will be just asking starting my presentation that, do you guys know that what is the share of imports we are doing for electronic industry? We are importing second largest electronic components from outside. So you can understand that after oil and gas, we are the biggest importer of electronics. Means if we are importing from outside, means we are giving our money to other countries. So आप oil and gas के बाद से biggest consumer हो electronic industry के. So Swadeshi single board computer, basically this is being designed and developed, manufactured in HSR layout, Bangalore. तो ये हम लोगों ने पहला स्वदेशी सिंगल बोर्ड कंप्यूटर बनाया जिसके एप्लीकेशंस हैं स्मार्ट एग्रीकल्चर, स्मार्ट फार्मिंग, योर स्मार्ट सिटी एप्लीकेशंस, इंडस्ट्री 4.0. You just take this computer. और अभी CSIR के मनसोट साहब ने दिखाया कि that he has developed lot of sensors for water quality monitoring system. So you can just attach those sensors and write your own application, and you are ready with a different product. Whether it is water quality monitoring system, whether it is air quality monitoring system, or industry 4.0 application, medical or anything. I will not take much. So I will just introduce my company. I'll go it very fast. It is having more than 35 years old. It started in Germany, then US, and India is the biggest development center, which is a profit center on its own. So we are around 10 years old here in India, and this is our background. So I will just tell you that what all solutions we can provide you. We can provide you for embedded development services, embedded software development. सभी लोग जानते होंगे कि हिंदुस्तान में वी आर द बिगेस्ट डेवलपर ऑफ एप्लीकेशन सॉफ्टवेयर. एप्लीकेशन सॉफ्टवेयर मींस लास्ट एंड, बट नोबडी इज देयर हु इज वर्किंग ऑन मशीन लेवल सॉफ्टवेयर, एम्बेडेड डिवाइस ड्राइवर्स, कंपाइलर्स, ओएस को कस्टमाइज करना है, नोबडी इज देयर. सो हम लोग इस काम को करते हैं एम्बेडेड सॉफ्टवेयर डिवीजन क्या. उसके बाद से हमारी सेकेंड डिवीजन है हार्डवेयर. हार्डवेयर में क्या कर रहे हैं, वी आर मैन्युफैक्चरर ऑफ सिस्टम ऑन मॉड्यूल, एंड फॉर टेस्टिंग दिस सिस्टम ऑन मॉड्यूल्स वी हैव डिफरेंट सिंगल बोर्ड कंप्यूटर्स. मतलब सिस्टम ऑन मॉड्यूल इटसेल्फ इज ए कंप्यूटर which is having a processor, ARM processor, memory, input output ports. So what we do, we design some single board computers which are basically very good for use as a pilot product. You can just understand that your 40% of the job is ready to use. आपने कोई आइडिया दिमाग में लगाया, कोई एप्लीकेशन सॉफ्टवेयर लिखा, मेरे पास में आया, मेरे को बोला कि सर मेरे को ये प्रोसेसिंग पावर चाहिए, ये मेमोरी चाहिए, ये मेरे को इनपुट आउटपुट पोर्ट्स चाहिए. मैंने आपको एक सिंगल बोर्ड कंप्यूटर बताया और एक बता दिया आपको कि ये आपको सॉम लगेगा. तो आपका काम जो 2 साल में होना था वो रिड्यूस होकर के 10 दिन में हो गया. अब इससे आगे आप काम करना शुरू करिए. Then third is our manufacturing services, where we have developed lot of products like oximeter, like ventilators, which we are giving to different customers. जैसे मैंने आपसे सर कहा था ना कि जो हमारे जो कस्टमर्स हैं, जो लोग इंटरेस्टेड नहीं है आईपी की कॉस्ट देने के लिए, जो मेरी आईपी की कॉस्ट है वो हार्डवेयर डिजाइन एंड सर्विसेज में मेरी
जो डेवलपमेंट कॉस्ट है या रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट कॉस्ट है वो काफी हाई होती है, वो 40 लाख से स्टार्ट करते हैं और करोड़ों में हम लोग देते हैं। तो अगर वहां पर वो कस्टमर नहीं देना चाहता है तो हम लोगों ने उसके लिए डिवीजन निकाली ओडीएम, मतलब आप आइए, आपको ऑक्सीमीटर बनाना है, आपको कोई डिवाइस बनानी है, आप मेरा डिजाइन ले जाओ, अपना ठप्पा लगाओ और मुझे हर डिवाइस पर 100 रुपया दे दो या 50 रुपया दे दो, आप भी खुश मैं भी खुश। तो इस टाइप की सर्विसेज भी सर आप CSIR से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो भी इस तरीके की चीजें स्टार्ट करें। और देन लास्ट इज कॉम्पिटेंसी बिल्डिंग। द मेन प्रॉब्लम इन द इंडस्ट्री इज एक्सपर्ट मैन पावर। I am having approximately 3,000 customers in India and abroad, and they are facing a lot of problems for Linux developer. I have very bad, we don't have that much. Okay, so I will just go to video.
Greetings from Phytech. And here we present our IoT enablement platform, an off-the-shelf hardware to build IoT products. Fast emerging IoT applications are industrial IoT, smart cities,
It's a small presentation.
smart agriculture, and smart energy. Smart cities, nothing but an application of smart solutions like smart governance, deploying public information systems, electronic services and public security. Smart environment to monitor city environment, air pollution, water pollution and waste management. Smart transportation providing smart parking, intelligent traffic management and smart multimodal transportation. Smart energy to reduce energy wastage by smart metering, smart grids and utilize renewable energy like solar and wind. And many more like smart health, smart building, smart education, smart industry, etc. Does your company want to build IoT products to cater to this market? Phytech brings complete hardware solution. 5-Wave, a smart sensor controller supporting multi-wireless protocols like 6LoWPAN, Zigbee, Thread, BLE and sub-1 gig. It is compact and has rich interfaces. GPIOs, SPI, ADC, timers, inbuilt AES encryption module. 5-Wave uses industrial compliances like CE and FCC. 5-Node, a complete reference sensor node with onboard microsensors like temperature, humidity, light, accelerometer, gyrometer, magnetometer. 5Gate, a universal IoT gateway which supports multiple device network protocols like 6LoWPAN, Zigbee, BLE, Thread, sub-1 gig and any other proprietary like Sigfox, LoRa, and for cloud network supports Ethernet, LAN, Wi-Fi, 2G, 3G, 4G. Loaded with rich Linux-powered Stacks web server, database and many more. Seamless quick integration with any cloud, ready working with IBM Bluemix, Amazon, Microsoft and Google. 5HMI to provide a smart user face using Linux Qt, Android or Windows and comes with full SDK to develop and deploy user apps in less time. And there are many things. Please.
So basically, if you want to convert your idea into a product, we are the people who can give you the hardware design, software design, manufacturing. If you include all these three things, it is a product. So we have high quality lines in Germany. We are certified
Actually, our main products are system on module, single board computer, industrial IoT, and embedded imaging also. So you can just understand that most of your requirement we can fulfill at one-stop solution. So just I will brief you that we are alpha partners to NXP, TI, Renesas, ST Microelectronics, Rockchip. We are discontinuing very soon. So these are the different verticals. I will go very fast. Basically, industrial automation, energy, test and measurement. So you can just say that I can say that I am available in from kitchen to ISRO or NASA lab. Everywhere you can find this IoT motherboards like portable imager, data loggers, HMI, gateways, handheld scanners, robotic arms. Smart manufacturing is going to be the future of India or all over the world. So these are the Industry 4.0 applications which we are making for some of our customers, where our name will not come on the front, but we are there inside. Like you can very well understand that this is a portable thermal imageries of Fluke. So Lufkin, this is one product. Industrial control, HMI, Delta, they are the biggest user of our solar inverters. They are putting our HMI solutions. Then in mobility and energy, you can see these many applications which we have done. Driver display unit, Indian Railways, smart locomotives are coming up. Lot many things like IoT, same. Okay, vehicle management system, energy charging, solar inverter, medical applications, few medical applications which has been developed by us. We are giving the name also. Microlab, Omilon, healthcare industry, Spiron and Livango. These are the very branded products. Then these are commercial applications like coffee machines, biometric, Android PDA, Wi-Fi printing, NTS, Messibus is our customer, Stesalet, iSmart, Indian customer, IMA, POS machines, coffee machines. I will skip this. So basically, from my side, if you really want to make Atmanirbhar Bharat, let us add something to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singh. So let's call it a day. And in the end, I would like to request Urvashi to deliver vote of thanks to various dignitaries and participants present in this ICEN-64B event. Urvashi.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we have come to the end of this event, and it remains half-ended if we don't appreciate the efforts of all who have been warriors, forefront or back-end, to make this event successful. So as a part of formal vote of thanks, we would like to thank CSIO and its iConnect team for giving us this opportunity to host the event at CSIO on the eve of Azadi Ka Mahotsav, along with support and contribution from CD, NEELI, CSM, CRI. Then support and motivation from Director CSIO is highly appreciated. Without money, nothing is possible. Otherwise, money plant would have been enough. So we highly acknowledge the financial support extended by CSIR, Integrated Skill Development Program, Analytic GINA, PhyTech, Potence Control, Exogen, Advanced Tech, BN High Tech Machines, and Jal Jeevan Mission. But all these would have been useless without the participation from various dignitaries, chief guests, guest of honors, panelists, and other industrial participants who are connected online and offline, who have spent their valuable time with us and attending this event. At last, but not the last, MIS, horticulture, electricity, housekeeping, canteen, ISTC, security, to help us run the event beautifully and in smooth manner. Thank you, organizing team, who have been on their toes day and night to do all the arrangements and for the organization of this event. Thank you all. Now we call upon Baban sir and Narendra sir to receive a token of love from organizing team. Paban sir, please come on the stage to receive a token of love. Harjot ma'am, please.
I would like to invite Garokar sir here and Mr. Arun Kumar Singh also. To felicitate Dr. Babin
And I would like to call upon the organizing team also. Please come.
Mr. Girish also.
Girish,
Mr. Girish, yeah. Sagar and Sahil.
Hello. So well done. Good job. To you and whole team. Whole team. Whole team. You have done, I will.
Attributed to the organizing team.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks for all the effort taken by the team.
All team and to even the Narendraji.
एक ग्रुप फोटो प्लीज मैम एक ग्रुप फोटो जल्दी
इसको भी ले आओ आ जाओ
आ जाओ
जूनियर साइंटिस्ट आ जाओ आ जाओ
Happy sir, you can also come for a group.
Pooja.
Wait a second. Pooja and Priyanshu, please come on the stage fast.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well done.
Pavan sir, please give a token of love to Preeti ma'am also.